Hello learner, welcome to Manifested e-learning classes. My name is James Kenyani. We are going to proceed with the solutions to questions on the topic measurement. So straight away we shall go to the questions I had given in the previous lesson. So we shall go to question one by one. We go through the question and then we get the solution. So straight to the first question in the assignment. It's always good to go through the question because at sometimes it is easy to get the best format of the question before working the solution. Question 1. When preparing tea, water is mixed with milk. 500 centimeters cubed of water is mixed with 618 grams of milk. Calculate the density of the tea given that the density of water and milk is 1 gram. You find there is something that was to be added here, 1 gram per centimeters cubed and 1.03 grams per centimeters cubed respectively. Respectively means in that order. So we shall go to this question 1 solution. Solution. So in the solution, they are asking us to get the density of that tea. So density of tea. The density of the tea will be given by the mass of the tea divided by mass of divided by volume of tea, of the tea. Now there are two components there in the tea. We have water and milk. So you should get the total mass. So 1 mass of water mass of water, isn't it? The mass of water will be given by its density times the volume is equals to density of water times volume of water. So straight away, this is 1 gram per centimeter cubed times 500 centimeters cubed. That, if we work out, we get 500 grams. 500 grams, and we already know the volume of water. Volume of water is 500 centimeters cubed. Mass of milk the mass of the milk is already given 618 grams. And lastly, we have mass volume of milk will be mass of milk divided by density of milk. This is 618 grams. 618 grams divided by 1.03 grams per centimeter cubed. We work out, we shall get 600 centimeters cubed. So when we come to get the density of the tea, we are getting the density of the total mixture. So density of tea will be given by, we'll take 618 grams plus 500 grams, divide by, you'll get the volume of water plus, so we shall end up having 1118 divided by 1100 centimeters cubed. If you work out that well, we shall end up having 1.1064. 1.0164. 1.0164. That gives us the volume, which is also the density of the tea. We shall go to the second question, having gone through that. Question 2. Question 2. The solution to question 2. So before we go to any solution, it's good to go through that particular question. It is always good to go through that particular question to understand its format before you go to that solution. A stopwatch, I think you've heard of a stopwatch, is used by students to take the time in a bread eating competition. The display on the stopwatch is 01.24.90. So express the time in seconds. Express the time in seconds. So you are given 01, 24, 90. So before you work out, you should know what that represents on a stop clock, because most of them are standard. Most are standard. So you should know here, these are always minutes. The second one, these are also always seconds. And this one, the last one, these ones are what you call centiseconds. Centiseconds. Centiseconds means 100th. A centisecond is 100th of a second. So in seconds, this will be equal to, we know a minute is made up of 60 seconds. 60 seconds make a minute. So we shall have 1 times 60 seconds plus, these are already seconds, so I don't need to convert, plus, I said 1 centisecond is equal to 0.01 seconds. So it is the one that will help me to get that one. So it will be 90 times 0.01 seconds. So I'll come and work out that. It will be 60 seconds plus 24 seconds plus 0.9 seconds. The sum of that 60 seconds plus 24 seconds, that is 84 seconds plus 0.9. It will give me 84.9 seconds. So always known as stopwatch. These are the minutes, these are the seconds, and these are the centiseconds. A centisecond is 100th of a second. That culminates to the solution of question 2. We come to question 3. It's good we can rub here because we are done with the solution of question 1. So we come to question 3, and as usual we go through the question, get the format, get the solution. Question 3, a defective watch. Defective means it's not working well, either too slow, too fast. A defective watch started after the button was pressed, after it delayed a bit. The time indicated that the stopwatch was 2.53. What was the correct time if the stopwatch took 0.3 seconds to stop after the stop button was pressed? So we are talking of errors. In most cases we find errors. Even when athletes are running, we get one will start earlier. So this goes to the same thing to the defective watch. So the correct time, solution, this is question 3. So you should understand the correct time will be equal to, you are told, you look at the statement. It started after, that a defective watch started. So there is something here we are supposed to add 0.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds. That's why it's good to go through the format. Go through that format. So a defective watch started 0.5 seconds after the button was pressed. So you go to that statement. It will be the delayed time when starting. You'll add to time recorded. Then you come to if the stop clock took 0.3 seconds to stop, it has added time that was not there. So in the last one, you should subtract. So here it was the time delayed, but here you are told took 0.3 seconds to stop. So you'll subtract time delayed at the end. So you'll come and have delayed time before you started, it was 0.5 seconds. The time recorded was 2.53 seconds. Then you'll subtract 0.3 seconds. So when you add this, you'll get 3.03 seconds. Subtract 0.3 seconds. You borrow 1 there. That is, no, you don't borrow. This is just 3. Borrow 1, 7, 2. So that was the correct time. That was the correct time. So it comes to another juncture where you'll get further questions. For the assignment. So those are the questions, and we shall go through them before you go and work them out. Question 1. A drug manufacturer gives the mass of an active ingredient. Active ingredient means the ingredients that will help you to heal if you have a certain disease in a tablet as 5 milligrams. Express the quantity in kilogram and give it in standard form. Question number 2. Quite long, but trying to build a concept there. In an experiment to determine the density of sand using a density bottle, the following were recorded. The following were recorded. Mass of the empty bottle, 43.2. Mass of the density bottle filled with water, 66.4. Mass of the density bottle with sand, only 67.5 grams. Mass of the density bottle filled with sand and water, 82.3 grams. Get it clear. Get it very clear. When it is filled with sand and water, water occupies only the spaces remaining above the sand. Use that information to determine the mass of the water that filled the bottle, the volume of the water that filled the bottle, the volume of the density bottle, the mass of sand, E, mass of water that filled the space above the sand, just what I've been explaining above, F, volume of the sand, and lastly, density of the sand. So thank you very much for the audience in the lesson, and have a good time as you go through those questions I've given in that assignment. Have a nice time. Let's meet in the next lesson. Bye-bye.
Hello learners. In our previous lesson, we had talked about the Joule's law of electrical heating, and we had stated that it states that the energy developed in a circuit through a coil or a wire is directly proportional to the resistance, then time taken, and also the square of the current. So today we are supposed to review that or apply that formula in our calculation. And the main objective of today's lesson is, by the end of the lesson, you as learners are supposed to calculate or apply that Joule's law formula in calculation of resistance. We have energy, then you can use the same formula in calculating current. Then after that, the last objective, you may be asked to calculate the number of bulbs that the given amount of power and voltage can be connected to, so that it can supply that amount. So today, I'm going to start with the first example. So you can write example 1. So our question, first question, an electric box has a resistance of 30 ohms and it takes a current of 30 ampere. Calculate the heat in kilojoules developed in 1 minute. So solution. So solution, learners, when you want to make this calculation to be simple, first of all, you must list what we have been given in the question. For example, our first equation here, we have an electric box has a resistance of 30 ohms. So we have been given a resistance. So I write the first parameter is resistance. That is R, which is equals to 30 ohms. Then after that, it takes a current of 10 ampere. So we have a current, we note this one by I, which is equals to 10 ampere. Then the last that we have been given is time, which is 1 minute. So you have time T, which is equals to 1 minute. Now, learners, before you start any calculation, you make sure that the given quantities, they are in their correct SI unit. Remember, resistance is always measured in ohms, current is measured in ampere, then you have time, it has been given in minutes. But in Form 1 work, we say that the SI unit of time is seconds. So we must convert this 1 minute into seconds. And 1 minute is just equivalent to 60 seconds. So this one is just the same as 60 seconds. So after ensuring that the given parameters or variables, they are in their correct SI unit, so we can substitute in our equation. But from our Joule's law, we said that heat is just equals to current squared, then times resistance, then times time. So I want to calculate that heat, and I had said heat and energy, it simply means the same thing. Remember, our question is asking us to calculate heat. So our H is equals to current squared times resistance times time. And I have all these variables here. So I just substitute in my equation. So when I substitute in, we have current, which is equals to 10 squared, then times resistance, which is 30, then times time, which is 60. So this one, it will give us, that is 60 times 30, then times 10 squared. It will give me, that is 180. Then we have, that is 4 zeros, that is 180,000 joules. This is heat. So we have calculated heat in joules, but the question is asking us to calculate that heat developed in kilojoules. So we must go further and convert these joules back to what? To kilojoules. And remember, we said in that the fourth topic, heat energy powered machine, that 1000 joules is equals to 1 kilojoule. 1 kilojoule. So what about these 180,000 joules we have? So we just come and write what about 180 joules here. So we cross multiply like this. So it simply means that I'm going to take 180,000 joules times 1 kilojoule times 1000 joule. So I have 180,000 joules times 1 kilojoule, then over 1000 joules. So these joules and joules, it will cancel. Then you have 1000, it will cancel with 3 zeros. So I remain with 180 kilojoules. So this is our energy or heat that was developed within 1 minute by this electric box. So we have We have these values, we have substituted in, we have converted our energy or heat in joules into what? Into kilojoules. This is our first example. The second example, so our question, the second question is an electric bulb is rated 60 watts, 240 volts. Determine A, the resistance of the filament. Then B, the current flowing through the bulb when it is connected to the main supply. So as I had said earlier, it is good you list what you have been given. From our question here, we have solution. We have been given 60 watts. 60 watts, this is power. So our power, P, is equals to 60 watts. Then 240 volts, that is voltage. Voltage, V equals to 240 volts. Earlier on, we have said that from this application of Joule's law, we have H equals, so H equals to I squared RT. But from part 1, that is A, we are being asked to determine the resistance of the filament. And from example 1, I have said, writing these variables, they will guide you on which formula to use. When we look at this formula, we don't have heat, we don't have current, we don't have resistance and time. We can as well use this formula that we learned in the fourth topic, that is energy, power, work and machine, and we say that this power is equals to V squared over R, that is resistance. So when we make this resistance the subject of the formula, we can say resistance is equals to V squared over power. So we have voltage, then we have power, and we have been given the two variables. So we substitute in our formula. So when we substitute into our formula, we have, that is 240 times 240, then divided by power, which is 60. This one, it gives us, that is 240 times 240 divided by 60. It is 960 resistance, it is ohms. That is the first part. And the second one, that is B, we are being asked to determine the current flowing through the bulb when it is connected to the main supply. B, current. So we have resistance, we have voltage, and we can as well use Ohm's law. From Ohm's law, voltage is equals to current times resistance. We have voltage, we have resistance in our first part. We are being asked to determine current. So we just make this current the subject of the formula. So we have voltage over resistance. So you have voltage, it is here, 240. Then divided by resistance, we have found it to be 960. So when we divide, I can as well use the calculator. We have 240 divided by 960. We have 0.25. The SI unit of current is ampere. So we are done with example 2. That is calculating the resistance of the filament and the current flowing through the bulb when it's connected to the main supply. So we can move to our third example, example 3. Example 3, we have so this is our question. What is the maximum number of 100 watt bulbs which can be safely connected from a 240 volt source supplying a current of 5 ampere? So I had said, first of all, you list what you have been given. You have solution. We have been given the voltage and power. I have power of this power 100 watts. We have voltage 240 volts. Then you have current I, which is 5 ampere. Now for us to calculate the number of bulbs, we equate the two equations. The power supplied is equal to the power consumed by the bulbs. Now let us because we don't have the number of bulbs, let us denote it by n. Let the number of bulbs be n. Then power supplied is equal to power consumed by the bulbs. Power supplied is given by 240 times 5 equals to power consumed. We multiply by the number of bulbs, n times the power of one bulb, which is 100. So we have 1200 equals to 100n. So when I want to get the number of n, the number of bulbs, I divide both sides by 100. So n is given by 1200 divided by 100, which is equals to 12 bulbs. So that is the number of bulbs that are required to be connected to that power supply of 240. That is that example. So I would like you to try these questions as assignments when you are at home. So assignment. So we have 3 questions that we are supposed to attempt. The first one is an electric cooker has a coil of resistance 5000 ohms. If it is operated on a 240 volts main supply for 1 hour. How much heat energy does it produce? And question 2, how many 100 watt bulbs can be safely connected from a source from a 240 volts source supplying a current of 4 ampere? Then question 3, an electric motor powered by a 240 volts main supply requires a current of 30 ampere to lift a load of mass 3 tons at the rate of 5 meters per minute. Calculate the power input, B, the power output, C, the overall efficiency of the machine. So this one, you can review it. You can try it by reviewing the 4th topic in our coursework. That is for Form 3 work. We discussed about efficiency. That marks the end of our lesson today. When you go home, make sure that at least you review the examples that we have done. We have calculated the heat, the resistance, current. We have also calculated the number of bulbs that are required when we have a common power supply. Thank you. Let us meet next lesson.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hujambo mwanafunzi wa kidato cha 4. Karibu katika somo letu la leo la Kiswahili. Kidato cha 4 ambapo tutakuwa tunashughulikia ushairi. Na hasa katika kitengo cha bahari za mashairi. Kidogo nikukumbushe kwamba katika kipindi hicho kingine kilichopita, nilikuwa nimeshagusia kiasi kuhusiana na bahari za mashairi. Nikaeleza kwamba bahari ni ni mikondo mbalimbali ya mashairi, hasa kulingana na sura ya nje ya shairi lenyewe ama ya mashairi yenyewe. Hivyo basi tulikuwa tumeshasema ya kwamba kuna baadhi ya vigezo ambavyo vinatumika katika kuainisha hizi bahari, haya mashairi katika bahari mbalimbali. Moja kati ya kigezo kilikuwa ni kile cha idadi ya mishororo. Tukaangalia tukaona kwamba kuna shairi la mshororo mmoja tukaliita tathmina, la mishororo miwili tathnia, la mishororo mitatu tukaliita tathlitha, la mishororo minne tarbia, mishororo mitano likaitwa takhmisa, la mishororo 6 likaitwa tasdisa, la mishororo 7 likaitwa tasbia. La mishororo 8 likaitwa naudi au unani. La mishororo 9 likaitwa telemania au utisa. La mishororo 10 tukaliita ukumi. Na lile la mishororo 14 katika kila ubeti tukaliita soneti. Hayo ndiyo baadhi ya mambo ambayo tulishughulikia katika kipindi kilichopita. Ni muhimu kuyagusia. Basi katika hiki kipindi tutashughulikia kigezo cha pili. Na nilisema vipi? Kigezo ni criterion. Criterion. Katika wingi criteria. Basi ni criteria gani? Tunatumia kigezo gani kuainisha haya mashairi katika bahari mbalimbali? Kigezo cha pili ni kigezo cha vipande. Bahari ya mashairi kutegemea vipande. Hii ni nambari ya pili. Nambari ya pili ni bahari. Nambari ya kwanza tulishughulikia bahari za mashairi, bahari za mashairi kwa kutegemea vipande. Nambari ya kwanza ni bahari ya mashairi kwa kutegemea idadi ya mishororo. Nafikiri unasafiri nami moja kwa moja, na nataka kuamini kwamba una daftari lako hapo na kalamu zako 2, 3. Na kama basi hukuchukua, naomba uchukue uweze kuandika 2, 3 kuhusu yale ambayo yanaendelea hapa kwenye ubao. Nafikiri una hilo daftari. Haya basi, bahari za mashairi kwa kutegemea vipande. Mashairi yamegawika kiasi kwamba tuna bahari ya kwanza ambayo ni utenzi. Nina imani kwamba mwanafunzi, msomaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili, pia mwalimu, unakumbuka nilipokuwa nikieleza istilahi mbalimbali za zinazotumika katika huu uwanja wa mashairi. Vipande ni visehemu katika mshororo. Visehemu katika mshororo. Kwa mfano, utenzi ni shairi ambalo mishororo yake ina kipande kimoja. Na hicho kipande kinaitwa ukwapi. Kinaitwa ukwapi. Andika: utenzi, shairi ambalo mishororo yake ina kipande kimoja ambacho ni ukwapi peke yake. Yaani sio kawaida ya vile ambavyo tunakuwa na vipande viwili. Ni mfano ni kama huu. Mfano, katika ubeti wa kwanza tunakuwa na mshororo wa kwanza, mshororo wa pili, mshororo wa tatu, mshororo wa 4. Huo ni ubeti wa kwanza wenye kipande kimoja peke yake. Tuangalie katika ubeti wa pili. Hivyo hivyo. Ubeti huu una mshororo wa kwanza ambao una kipande kimoja, mshororo wa pili wenye kipande kimoja, mshororo wa tatu wenye kipande kimoja, na mshororo wa 4 wenye kipande kimoja. Hivyo hivyo mpaka ubeti wa mwisho. Hilo shairi liko katika bahari ya utenzi. Mashairi mengi ya kale kama vile utenzi wa Mwanakupona ni mfano mojawapo. Hasa sana utapata haya mashairi huwa ni marefu, takriban beti kama 200 hivi, na hasa sana huwa yanagusia mambo ya kihistoria, siasa, utawala, mashujaa, ushujaa na mambo mengine ya kijamii kama vile ndoa na kadhalika. Yaani haya mashairi utayapata yanaitwa utenzi. Yanakuwa na kipande kimoja katika mshororo. Na hiki kipande ndicho ambacho tulisema kwamba kinaitwa ukwapi. Ukwapi ni kipande cha kwanza katika mshororo. Tuangalie bahari ya pili. Bahari ya pili. Nafikiri umeshaandika huo mfano. Bahari ya pili ni mathnawi. Mathnawi Ni shairi ambalo mishororo yake ina vipande viwili. Ni shairi ni shairi ambalo mishororo yake ina vipande viwili, yaani ukwapi na utao, yaani kipande cha kwanza na kipande cha pili. Aghlabu haya ndiyo mashairi ambayo tumeyazoea, ambayo unapata kila mshororo unakuwa na vipande viwili. Mfano ni kama huu. Mfano, ubeti wa kwanza unakuwa na ukwapi na utao, wa pili ukwapi na utao, wa tatu vivyo hivyo, kipande cha kwanza tumesema kwamba kinaitwa ukwapi, cha pili kinaitwa utao, cha pili kiitwe utao. Hivyo hivyo katika ubeti wa pili unapata ukwapi, utao. Namna hiyo. Kipande bahari ya tatu. Bahari ya tatu, kwa kuzingatia kigezo cha vipande, ni hiki kingine ambacho kinaitwa ukawafi. Ukawafi. Ukawafi ni shairi ambalo mishororo yake ina vipande vitatu. Ni shairi ambalo vitatu. Ukawafi ni bahari ya shairi ambapo unapata mishororo ya shairi lenyewe ina vipande vitatu. Yaani cha kwanza ambacho tulisema kinaitwa ukwapi, utao na mwandamizi. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi. Mfano ndio huu. Mfano, ubeti wa kwanza una ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi, mshororo wa kwanza. Mshororo wa pili nao hivyo hivyo, namna hiyo. Huo ni ubeti wa kwanza. Ubeti wa pili, naweza nikatumia sehemu hii. Ubeti wa pili, nambari ya pili, hivyo hivyo, ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi. Mshororo wa tatu, ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi. Hiyo ni bahari ya ukawafi. Bahari ya ukawafi. Haya basi, wacha tuangalie bahari nyingine kwa kuzingatia hiki kigezo cha vipande. Ni nambari ya 4 ni Bantudi, au pia ukitaka neno tuo. Bantudi au tuo. Hii herufi na, Bantudi. Bantudi au tuo. Basi ni bahari ambapo unapata ni shairi lenye vipande vinne katika kila mshororo. Ni shairi lenye vipande vinne katika kila mshororo. Yaani unapata mshororo mmoja una ukwapi, na mimi unafuata utao, mwandamizi, na mwisho ukingo. Kingo. Mfano, ubeti wa kwanza unakuwa na mshororo wake una ukwapi, una utao, una mwandamizi, una ukingo. Vivyo hivyo mshororo wa pili. Unapata vipi? Kuna ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi, kisha ukingo. Kipande cha kwanza, cha pili, cha tatu, cha nne. Haya, ubeti wa pili uko hivyo hivyo. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi, ukingo. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi, ukingo. Ukwapi, utao, mwandamizi, ukingo. Namna hiyo. Basi katika haya mashairi ya Bantudi au tuo, mshororo mmoja unakuwa umegawika mara 4. Kipande cha kwanza, cha pili, cha tatu, cha 4. Haya, nafikiri katika hicho kigezo cha idadi ya vipande katika kila mshororo umeweza kuona baadhi ya bahari ambazo tunapata pale. Nilianza kwa kueleza kwamba tumesema kwamba kuna utenzi, shairi ambalo kila mshororo una kipande kimoja. Utenzi. Pili, kila mshororo ukuwa na vipande viwili. Mashairi ambayo tumeyazoea sana ni Mathnawi, bahari ya Mathnawi. Kipande cha kwanza kitaitwa ukwapi, cha pili kitwa utao. Hivyo hivyo, vipande viwili kila mshororo. Unaona jinsi mifano ilivyo. Tuingie katika bahari nyingine ya ukawafi, ambalo ni shairi lenye mishororo yake iliyogawika mara 3. Kuna sehemu ya ukwapi, utao na mwandamizi. Ukwapi, utao na mwandamizi. Ukwapi, utao na mwandamizi. Bahari ya Ukawafi. Na mwisho kabisa tukaja kumalizia kwa Bantudi au pia ukitaka Tuo. Nafikiri hayo ni rahisi kwako wewe kuyapata, mwanafunzi. Nafikiri na nina imani kwamba hapo umekuwa na daftari lako ukiandika mawili matatu ambayo umekuwa ukisikiliza na kuyaelewa hapa katika somo letu la leo. Nafikiri kazi yangu itakuwa tu rahisi kwa leo. Nikupe kazi mradi ambapo nitakutaka wewe unitajie bahari 3, bahari 4 kwa kuzingatia kigezo cha vipande. Kabla ya kipindi kijacho, basi nenda tafuta baadhi ya mashairi ambayo utaangalia bahari zake kulingana na yale ambayo tumefunza leo kutegemea vipande. Basi mwanafunzi, nataka nikupe kazi ambayo utashughulikia katika wakati wako unapoendelea kudurusu. Kumbuka mwanafunzi wa kidato cha 4, lazima ufanye mazoezi tena na tena ili uweze kujirakibisha na haya maswali ya mashairi. Basi kazi ambayo nitakupa leo rahisi tena, kama vile kula pipi au kula ini kwa ncha ya ukucha. Haya, kazi nayo ndio hii. Kwanza nitafuta ili basi usije ukawa tu mtu wa kunakili yale tu nimeandika hapa. Kwa kuzingatia kigezo cha idadi ya vipande, taja na ueleze bahari 4 za mashairi. Hiyo kazi najua kwako wewe ni mteremko. Basi tafadhali ishughulikie kabla ya sisi kuja katika hicho kipindi kingine ambapo tutakuwa tunashughulikia bahari kwa kuzingatia kigezo cha vina na mizani. Siku njema, asante. Mimi wako Mugambi James. Tuonane baadaye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, Lana. I hope you are faring on well. Welcome to our today's history and government lesson. Teacher Conan Gakure, and it's an honor to have you in our today's lesson. We are learning about the international relations. International relations. That is the topic we are handling as the second topic of Form 4 work. And we introduced in our previous lessons, we discussed or have learned what international relations are, and we said are the interactions between different countries, peaceful or organized relations or interactions of different countries. And we said there are different ways in which countries interact. I hope you are able to remember them. Also, we learned about the first international organization that was created, that is still running even today. That is the United Nations. That is what we learned in our previous lesson about the United Nations. And we said it is an association, meaning it brings different countries to come together and associate with one another. So it is an association of independent states. Each state is independent of the other.
each state, each country has their own government, has their own political system, they have their own ideologies, different from the other. So these countries or these states come together and associate with one another with the aim of maintaining international peace. You should never forget that. The main reason why countries or why the United Nations was created was to make sure or make every effort to see that there is maintenance of international or world peace, that there would be no conflicts, or if there are conflicts, that because they always exist where there are human interactions, there will be conflicts, that these conflicts are able to be dealt with peacefully, and measures are put in place to make sure that there is peace. And we looked at how the United Nations was created, and we said we mentioned that it was formed during a conference that was held in the USA in San Francisco, that is in June in 1945, and different countries came together. They formed a charter, which is a kind of an agreement, or that laid out rules or regulations that each and every member of that United Nations was supposed to follow. So when you talk of members, we are talking of individual countries. So countries belong to the United Nations as members. So Kenyans are represented in the United Nations as one country, the Kenyan country. So members are the different countries that have come together to form the United Nations. We also learned about the aims or the objectives of the United Nations as it was laid out in the charter that was signed or ratified by most of the countries. We said initially at the start only 50 members were in the United Nations, but as we are speaking, we have almost 193 countries that have ratified the UN Charter or the United Nations Charter, and they have become members of the United Nations. So in our today's lesson, we're going to have a subtopic which is the organization. So the subtopic that we are going to learn is the organization. The organization of the United Nations. So that is the subtopic that we are going to learn. So by the end of our lesson today, you should be able to mention, or you should be able to describe one arm of the United Nations. We are going to see how it has been organized. So in an effort to make sure that the UN has been able to achieve its mandate, and as we have mentioned, I'll continue to insist this, the biggest mandate of the United Nations is to make sure that there is peaceful interrelations or peaceful interactions between the countries, to make sure that the world peace has been maintained. That is the biggest aim, among other aims as we have already discussed. So to make sure that these aims of the United Nations or the objectives of the United Nations have been achieved, the UN crafted 6 organs. It crafted 6, or it put in place 6 organs. So it had different organs or arms to help make sure that the objectives or the aims of the United Nations have been reached. So the basic or the basic organ of the United Nations. So when you talk of an organ, is like a branch. For example, when you talk of a government, that is the most basic example that I can give. A government has different organs or arms or branches that help it govern the people. For example, in Kenya, the Kenyan government has 3 organs, right? That is the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. So these are different arms of government. So the UN instituted 6 organs. It has 6 of them, 6 organs to make sure that the mandate or the objectives of the UN have been achieved. So the first one is the General Assembly, which is like the basic one, or the most basic one. So we have number 1, the General Assembly. That is 1. Then we have the Security Council. The Security Council is the next arm. And then number 3, we have the International Court of Justice, which is normally abbreviated as ICJ, right? ICJ, International Court of Justice. And then number 4, we have the Economic and Social Council. The Economic and Social Council. And then number 5, we have the Trusteeship Council. And then number 6, we have the Secretariat. The Secretariat. So these are the different organs of the United Nations. So let me draw a chart to help you visualize how these organs are interrelated. So the most basic one, we have the General Council. The General Assembly, not Council. The General Assembly. So this is where all the countries of that belong to the UN come together. So the General Assembly brings together all the members. So all these other organs emanate or get their power from the General Assembly. The General Assembly brings together all the members, all the countries that are part of the United Nations. When they come together, they are known as the General Assembly. And we are going to be discussing more each and every one of them. Then from that, we have now the different arms, or we have the different arms. We have talked of the Secretariat is one of them. We have the Secretariat. Then we have the ICJ, that is the International Criminal Court. Then we have International Court of Justice, and then we have the, which is the other one? We have the Economic and Social Council. Economic and the Social Council. And then we have the Trusteeship Council. And then lastly, we have the Security Council. The Security Council. So you find all these organs are all related to are all part of the United Nations. They work as under the United Nations, but each has its own duties. So each and every organ, as you have mentioned, the General Assembly, when all the countries come together, they come out with a specific agenda, or they have their duties when they come or meet together. The Secretariat, the International Criminal Court of Justice, we have the Security Council, we have the Trusteeship Council, and then we have the Economic and Social Council, and we are going to be discussing each and every one of them. What are their duties? Who are the members who are contained in that? So let us start by looking at the General Assembly as the first organ. The General Assembly. The General Assembly. Remember, it is the General Assembly of the United Nations. We are talking of the United Nations as an international organization. So the General Assembly, this is, as I have already mentioned, all members are contained in this organ. All members, each and every member who has ratified the UN Charter becomes an automatic member, or becomes a part of the General Assembly. So all these members or the countries meet once every year. They meet yearly. They meet yearly. They have yearly meetings. So you'll find these countries coming together once each and every year to discuss the different issues affecting the world peace, or that are involving the members of the world, or countries, the world at large. So you find them coming together. So when they come together, that assembly is referred to as the plenary session. So they come together, they discuss the different issues, and we are going to look at what are the functions of the General Assembly. And then when there is an issue to be discussed, or for countries to make a decision is made by voting. A decision is made by voting. They vote, and a simple 2/3 majority is required. A simple 2/3 majority is required for a decision to be made by all the members. So if 2/3 of the membership of the General Assembly decides on an issue, that decision is taken to mean that every member, or it is supposed to affect all those members, or to affect the whole organization through the 2/3 majority. So each country is given one vote. Each country is given one vote. So whenever there is a decision to be made during the plenary session, the countries are given, each country is given one vote. But whenever they are meeting, you could send up to 5 representatives. For example, we could have 5 representatives coming from Kenya to go and represent Kenya in the General Assembly. But whenever there is an issue to be dealt with, or an issue that requires voting, Kenya will be given, or will vote as one nation. Yes, we have taken 5 representatives, but the vote that is counted is Kenya will vote as a member. So each and every country is allowed to have one vote. Then what languages? Remember, now we are talking of several countries coming together. Now, what language do they speak? So we have 6 official languages. 6 official languages that are identified, or that are accepted in the in the discussion. The first one is English, then we have French, we also have the Spanish language, we have the Chinese, Russian, and Arabic languages. I've said there is English, there is French, there is Spanish, there is Chinese, there is Russian language, and then we have the Arabic language. So those are the official languages that are accepted in the United Nations. So if you speak any of those languages, then you can be able to address the plenary as you speak. You can speak in either Chinese, you can speak in Russia. In Russia, you can speak in English or those. So now let us ask ourselves now. Let's take a step further and ask ourselves, what are the duties or functions of the General Assembly when all these countries come together and sit down in one plenary? What do they do? So the functions of the General Assembly. The functions of the General Assembly. Number one, they discuss questions relating to international peace. They discuss questions relating to international peace. So if there is any problem or there is any issue that is threatening the world peace or international peace, it is the duty of the General Assembly to come and discuss and interrogate these questions and find a way out. So whenever there is international, this is international, not internal, international international peace and security. So in case there is anything that is affecting or threatening the peace of the world, it is the duty of the General Assembly to discuss them. And then number two, they admit new members. Any country desiring to join the United Nations, it is the duty of the General Assembly to admit them. They discuss on the eligibility of that member to become a member of the United Nations. Also, they dismiss members. So if you are a member of the United Nations and you are not following the charter or the regulations that have been accepted or the resolutions that have been passed by the United Nations through the General Assembly, it is the duty of the General Assembly to decide to remove you or to remove the membership of that particular country. And then it makes recommendations. Recommendations for peaceful settlements. So whenever there is a conflict between countries or there is issues affecting the world, they make recommendations on what actions to be taken. What are the remedies to the issues bringing turmoil or bringing problems that are affecting world security and peace? And then it also considers and approves. It considers and approves budgets, the budget of the UN. It considers and approves the budget of the UN. Remember, we said the United Nations is an organization. They require resources. They make a budget. This is the amount of money we wish to spend. So how it is the duty of the General Assembly to say this is reasonable or this is not reasonable. We are going to accept this, we are not going to accept this. Because as we are going to learn later, it is the same countries that contribute monies to run the United Nations. So it is the duty of the General Assembly to consider and pass the budget of the UN, of the United Nations. And then the next point or the next function, they maintain peace. They maintain peace through sanctions. So they can impose sanctions, economic sanctions, against a certain country that is affecting or that has been an aggressor. For example, a country is inciting or is going against another country. So it is the duty of the General Assembly to give sanctions to that country to make sure that it has fallen in line. That is another duty. The next duty that we can note is that it makes recommendations within the scope of the United Nations Charter that affect powers and functions of the UN. So they change the powers. So if they want to increase the powers of the United Nations or they want to limit the powers of the United Nations, it is the duty of the General Assembly to amend or to bring a change to those powers. And then it elects, number 6, it elects non-permanent members of the Security Council. So as we are going to learn, when we look at the Security Council, we have members, we have permanent members and non-permanent members. So it is the duty of the General Assembly to appoint the different members to serve as non-permanent members of the Security Council. We are going to learn more about that when we study the Security Council. And then they also, number 7, they, together with the Security Council, they elect the judges that serve in the International Court of Justice. So they work together with the Security Council to elect judges to the International Criminal Court of Justice. And then they initiate military action. They also initiate military action against aggressors. So in case one member has decided to take upon themselves and attack another country, it is the duty of the General Assembly to initiate or command military action. The other duty or the other function, they also investigate disputes. In case there is a dispute between members, it is the duty of the General Assembly to investigate these disputes and give a way forward. And then lastly, they facilitate the realization of human rights. They make sure that the human rights, which is the most essential part of the United Nations Charter, they make sure that the human rights have been observed and have been followed by each and every member. So today we have started looking at the organization of the United Nations, and we have said the United Nations has 6 organs or has 6 principal organs, led by the General Assembly, the Security Council, the International Court of Justice. We have the Economic and Social Council, the Trusteeship Council, and lastly the Secretariat. So as we end our lesson today, allow me to give you several questions that are going to help you revise for what we have learned today. So allow me to give you these questions. Revision questions from our today's lesson. So the first question is, name the organs of the UN. Name the organs of the UN. That is number one. Number two, which are the official languages used in the General Assembly. Then number three, states the functions. State the functions of the General Assembly. So our revision questions today, name the organs of the United Nations, that is one. Which are the official languages used in the General Assembly? And then number three, state the functions of the General Assembly. And I hope, learner, you have enjoyed and have an informative lesson.
Greetings, students. Welcome to today's lesson. As a recap of what we did the last time, we talked about participle phrases. And in particular, we introduced that a participle phrase is a group, which is a group of words that functions as a participle. We went ahead to describe what a participle is, and we say that a participle is a verbal word that describes a noun. Okay, or maybe just say a verbal word that gives us more information about a noun, probably what the adjective does. But here it's a verbal word. For example, we say that expected gives us more information about visitors. Okay, so that in a sentence you can have the expected visitors have arrived. So expected there is not used as a verb, rather it is used as a participle where it gives us more information about the noun visitors. So we went ahead to say that now, having said that participle phrases are a group of words that function as a participle, we say that they are also they are introduced by present participles or past participles. The phrase that is, so that we say that this participle phrase is normally introduced by a present participle or a past participle. For example, leaving the baby on the bed, Juma removed the pan from the fire. So this is an example of a present participle phrase. So that we have leaving the baby on the bed as a present participle phrase. We also went ahead to say that the action, that the present participle phrase is used to emphasize that the action in the participle phrase happens immediately before the action in the main phrase, so that both happen almost simultaneously. This action comes immediately after this other action. This action in the main sentence comes immediately before the action in the participle phrase. So the participle phrase is separated from the rest of the sentence by a comma. For example, leaving the baby on the bed, comma, Juma removed the pan from the fire. For grammatical purposes, it is important that you separate it from the rest of the sentence using a comma. Now, this time we're going to look at past participle phrases. So remember we said that the participle phrase is normally introduced by either a present participle or a past participle. So when you look at the past participle phrase, so in such a case we will have the phrase will start with a past participle. For example, left on the bed, comma, the baby began crying. Or having finished dinner, comma, we all went to sleep. So in both cases, they all begin with a what? A past participle phrase. And the second sentence again, it begins with a past participle phrase. Okay? So in this sense, the past participle is used to emphasize that the action in the participle phrase comes before the action in the main phrase. So the participle phrase, let me just say the function per se. The past participle phrase is used to indicate that the action in the participle phrase happens before the action in the main phrase. So the past participle phrase is used to indicate that the action in the participle phrase happens before the action in the main phrase. Let's come back to our examples. Left on the bed, comma, the baby began crying. So this action happens before this other action begins. It takes place before the other action in the main sentence. And this other sentence, having finished dinner, comma, we all went to sleep. Again, finishing dinner happens before going to sleep. Leaving the baby on the bed happens, the baby being left on the bed happens before the baby begins what? Crying. So I'm going to back to the second sentence, having finished dinner. I'm going to explain something about that. We can use having in front of a participle to indicate that one action finished before the other begins. So I'll just note that down. So having is also used with a past participle to indicate that one action is finished before the other begins. Okay, so having finished dinner happens before the going to sleep. Okay, let me add you one more example. Having left the baby on the bed, comma, Mary went outside. So let me read the sentence. Having left the baby on the bed, comma, Mary went outside. So the leaving the baby on the bed happens before, this action happens before Mary going outside. So we can use having, or we can just use it on its own to indicate that that action happens before the other begins. Remember, the past participle is used to indicate that one action happens before the other begins. The action in the participle phrase takes place before the action in the that is expressed in the main sentence. Okay. One thing we also need to know that when both with the participle phrase, both actions need to refer to the same person. Both actions need to refer to the same person. The action of leaving the baby on the bed and going outside need to be performed by the same action, so that you can say that the two actions must refer to the same person. Okay? For example, it's Mary who leaves the baby on the bed, and it is Mary who goes outside. So why this? Why say that the two actions must refer to the same person? This is to help us avoid the idea of dangling participle phrases. This, when you ensure that the two actions refer to the same person, it also helps us to avoid ambiguity. It helps us to avoid the idea of dangling participle phrases. What are dangling participle phrases? These are just participle phrases that refer to different things. The action in the participle phrase is different from it's performed by a different person. Okay, so the two actions do not correlate. The two actions, in the sense that the action in the participle phrase is not performed by the action in the main phrase. For example, I have said the dangling participle phrase. Here, the action in the participle phrase is performed by a different person and not the same as the one in the main phrase or sentence. So the dangling participle phrase, here the action in the participle phrase is performed by a different person and not the same as the one in the main phrase. Let me give you an example. Getting poor results. My parents were really upset. Okay, getting poor results. Getting poor results, comma, my parents were really upset. Getting poor results, comma, my parents were really upset. We've said that the two actions must refer to the same person. So this one is a dangling participle phrase. Why? Because the getting poor results is not the same person as the one who was. My parents are not the ones who got the poor results. So the getting poor results is not performed by the parents. Let me write this clearly. Is not performed. This action of getting poor results is not performed by the parents. Okay? The parents are upset, but the idea here is now the student is the one who got poor results, but says my parents. So what follows here should be the person who got poor results, but instead what has followed? My parents were really upset. It should have been getting poor results. I felt ashamed of myself. Or, for example, I really upset my parents. Okay, so be careful. Okay, so that when you're combining the two sentences, when you've been given an exercise where you're combining the two sentences, the two actions must refer to the same person to avoid what? The dangling participle phrase. Remember we said that the two actions must refer to the same person. Mary, the action in the main phrase, in the participle phrase, and the action in the main sentence must refer to the same person. All right? Now, here, the idea is that this action is not performed by my parents. That's why it looks like a dangling participle phrase. I'll give you more exercises to practice on it to avoid the idea of ambiguity and the idea of maybe having a participle phrase that looks like as if it is hanging. All right? Now, having said that, we can also add that the participle phrase, now that we know that the participle phrase can be introduced by either a present participle or a past participle. We say that the example of a present participle is like leaving the baby on the bed. Juma went outside, and another one left on the bed. The baby began crying. So either case, they're just used to give us more information about the noun in the sentence. In either case, only that the other one is in the present, and the next one is in the past. When you use the past one, it'll be left. When you use the present one, again is the ing format. But the idea here is to know that the participle phrase is normally used to describe what? The noun in the main sentence. Now, one other use of the participle phrase. Okay. So I want to add one more example so that the meaning is more clear. You know, I'm trying to emphasize the fact that, you know, you can combine two sentences by making one a participle phrase, but now the two actions are not referring to the same person. So I'm going to give you another example that will show a dangling participle phrase or a participle phrase that is not clear on who is performing the action. Now we have coming round the bend, Mount Kenya appeared in all its glory. Coming round the bend, comma, Mount Kenya appeared in all its glory. You see, in the sentence that we have here, you know, coming round the bend should be performed by whatever follows the participle phrase. So we should be very we should be very careful so that when beginning the sentence with a participle phrase, the meaning must be clear, such that in this sentence, when you say coming round the bend, Mount Kenya appeared in all its glory, it means that it is Mount Kenya that came round the bend, which is something that can rarely happen. You know, there's no way that Mount Kenya has now legs that it has started coming round the bend. So it's very important that we should be able to combine the sentences by making one a participle phrase, yes, but now we should be careful with what? With the meaning that we're trying to pass across. all right, so that we avoid the idea of the dangling participle phrase. The two actions must refer to the same person, and the same person must be something, you know, credible, not something that brings out the idea of maybe the sentence is not so clear or something like that. Now, having said that, we have finished on the idea of the past participle phrases and present participle phrases. Remember, we say that present participle phrases, they are used to emphasize that the action comes immediately after the action in the participle phrase. The action in the main sentence comes immediately after the action in the participle phrase. Now, in the past participle phrase, the action in the participle phrase happens before the action in the main phrase. Now, another difference between the two is that in the present participle phrase, the sentence begins with a present participle, and in the past participle phrase, the sentence begins with a past participle. Now, we've also said that, you know, we should be careful with dangling participle phrases such that the two actions must refer to the same person, okay, and the meaning must be more clear. All right. And having said that, I would want to add something more before we finish. That you know, we say that language is very important, okay? Such that when you're writing your compositions, you should be able to show that you have ability, or maybe linguistic ability, to express it in various forms. And one way that teachers of English ensure that students know that a student is competent is by the use of a variety of sentences. And one thing that a participle phrase can help a student is when you're writing that composition, you're avoiding the idea of simplicity. You are showing creativity. So how do you show creativity? By having a variety of sentences. So the participle phrase can be one way of ensuring that, you know, you have a variety of what? Sentences in your composition. All right? Let me give you that note that I've just talked about, such that we are looking at the participle phrase in its entirety, having distinguished it in the sense that we have present and past. Now, how can it be useful to you as a student? You know, even as you're doing the exercises, before you do the exercises, you should also know that this one is also helping me in my spoken and also in my written. When I'm speaking, someone will know that I know English because I'm using a variety of sentences, or even when writing, I'm using a variety of sentences. So the participle phrase, therefore, you can write that. Therefore, the participle phrase is useful in sentence transformation where two sentences are combined by making one a participle phrase. For example, the food Maria washed the dishes. Okay. Let me just say, allow me to write this first sentence. Well, Maria finished the food, and then Maria washed the dishes. So we just have said that the participle phrase is useful in sentence transformation where two sentences are combined by making one a participle phrase. So we want to combine these two sentences by making one a participle phrase. The sentence reads, Maria finished the food, Maria washed the dishes. So when we combine the two, we'll say, having finished the food, Maria washed the dishes. So, having finished the food, Maria washed the dishes. So that as you're writing, as you're speaking, you know, you can always, you know, create variety in the way you're speaking by using the what? the idea of a participle phrase. So having finished the food, Maria washed the dishes. So I want to give you a small assignment so that it can help you practice on the idea of the dangling participle phrase and the idea of the past and present participle phrase for, for exercise and maybe to master the skill well. All right. So let me give you one exercise here, two exercises. Okay, so improve the dangling expression to make them clear and sensible in the sentences below. Burdened under the weight of guilt, comma, every day seemed like 1,000 years. Having finished, number 2, having finished the presentation, comma, Cheptoo's mind went blank. Then we have turning to page 4, comma, my eye was struck by the use of contrast. Then number 4, being made of porcelain, comma, Jane handled the vase carefully. If you look at those sentences, there is some sense of lack of clarity. So I want you to improve them, okay, with the skill that I've just shown you. Make sure that whatever, the two actions must be performed by the person and it should be clear, all right, so that it doesn't create ambiguity or maybe the idea of dangling expressions. I want to add you one more exercise before we come to the end of our lesson. Using the past participle as directed, form one sentence from the pair given. So question 1, the girls talked non-stop. They reminisced from dawn to dusk. This is R. They reminisced. They reminisced from dawn to dusk. Use a present participle now to combine the two sentences. The kite rose beyond the treetops. It seemed to dance in the wind. Use a present participle. So combine the two sentences by making one a participle phrase, but it should be a present participle phrase. He was stranded in the dark alley. Question 3. The little boy slept. Use a past participle. Question 4. The house help had washed her clothes. She hung them on the wash line. Use a past participle. Number 5. The sales girl had wrapped the gift. She handed it to the customer. Use a past participle. So in all the sentences, you will follow the instructions given in the brackets, ensuring that you combine the two sentences by making one a participle phrase. Now it will either depend on what has been mentioned in the brackets. If it is present, combine it by making one a present participle phrase, and maybe if it is past, combine it by making one a participle phrase. Now we have come to the end of the lesson. Next time we're going to look at something else.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi, and today we continue with our topic of discussion, and this is genetics, a Form 4 biology topic, and we have gone up to the point of discussing the DNA. So during our previous lesson, we learned that the DNA is a polynucleotide, meaning that it's made up of several nucleotides, and each nucleotide is made up of 3 components. We have a 5-carbon sugar, a phosphate molecule, and a nitrogen base.
and of which we also discussed the base pairing, whereby we say that cytosine pairs with guanine, adenine pairs with thymine. Now, today we are going to discuss the role of DNA. So, DNA has about 3 roles that it plays. One is to store genetic material, is a store of genetic material, and this genetic material is stored in a coded form, in a coded manner, and that's what we are calling now the nitrogen bases. Now, number 2, another role of the DNA is that it transfers the genetic material from the parent to the daughter cells, from the parents to the daughter cells through a process called replication. That is DNA replication. And lastly, number 3, the DNA translates. It translates the genetic material into characteristics. It translates the genetic material into characteristics of an organism through a process that we call protein synthesis. So, the role of DNA, number 1, we have said that it stores genetic material in coded form. In coded form is a store of genetic material in coded form. Number 2, it transfers the genetic material to the daughter cells through replication, through DNA replication. And lastly, number 3, it translates the genetic information into characteristics. Through protein synthesis. So those are basically the 3 roles that are played by the DNA. Storing the genetic material in a coded manner or in a coded form, and this coded form is in form of the nitrogen bases, cytosine, guanine and adenine and those ones, and also transfers the genetic material to the daughter cells, that is from the parent cells to the daughter cells through DNA replication. Also translates the genetic information, the one that is coded, into characteristics of an organism through a process called protein synthesis. Now, I've mentioned something that is called DNA replication, and DNA replication is how the DNA copies itself, how it forms new DNA, so that new DNA is transferred from the parents or the parent cells to the daughter cells. So we are going to discuss DNA replication. So DNA replication, this refers to the duplication, of DNA, or you can say just add something here, duplication of parental DNA into the DNA of the daughter cells. So the DNA should be able to duplicate itself so that there is sufficient DNA to be transferred to the daughter cells. And this transfer to the daughter cells is done unchanged. To the daughter cells unchanged. It's good to note that there is no change that is done. It is transferred unchanged through DNA replication. So the process of DNA replication, first of all, the DNA double strand first unwinds or untwists by breaking the hydrogen bonds between the nitrogen bases. So that is the first step before the DNA replicates. The DNA double strand first unwinds. It unwinds, and when it does so, it breaks the hydrogen bonds between the nitrogen bases, so that you have now two separate strands. So we have this as untwisted DNA. So the nitrogen bases, if it is cytosine, there is a corresponding guanine, adenine, there is thymine, adenine, there is thymine. They can follow each other, but they must pair with the corresponding pair. Guanine, this cytosine, there is guanine, adenine, there is thymine. So that is now the untwisted DNA after it has gone through the first step. It first of all untwists by breaking. It untwists by breaking the hydrogen bonds that were here, that were making it to coil around each other. Now after that, the information that is on the parental DNA is copied onto a new strand, in each case, whereby the parental DNA acts as a template. So we are saying the parental DNA is then copied onto a new DNA strand, that is a daughter DNA strand that is being formed with the parental DNA as the template. Is the one that guides what will be the component of the new DNA. So we are going to repeat the same, but now showing the new DNA forming. So the first one was cytosine, adenine, guanine, cytosine, adenine. So the corresponding pair will be as follows: T, G, C, T, T, G. So that is the way it looks initially. So we are saying that a new DNA strand forms on each of the parental strands. So a new strand will form here. A new strand forms there. Another new strand. And the information that was on the parental DNA or parental strand this is now whatever is being formed is a daughter strand. So if there was a C on the parental, it copies for G, A for a T, A for a T again, C for a G for a C, C for a G, A for a T. And also it happens on the other side, T with an A, G with a C, C with a G, T with an A, T with an A, G with a C. So the information that is in the parental strand has been copied onto the new strand that is forming. So you can see here there is a new strand that is forming. The new strand that is forming. So this one shows DNA replication. Excuse me. So the DNA replication, a new strand has formed to the inside of the DNA with the parental DNA as the template. That's what determines which nitrogen base will form on the new strand in each case. Then finally the new strand is released with the same genetic information excuse me, as the parental or as the original DNA. So that is the process that shows how the DNA replicates itself. So we are saying that DNA replication is the duplication of the parental DNA into the DNA of the daughter cell. And it starts by the DNA, first of all, unwinding. Remember, it's a twisted double helix. It unwinds by breaking the hydrogen bonds that were in between here, or that were bringing the two strands together. Then after that, we have it in this manner, in an untwisted manner. Then the parental DNA is then copied onto a new strand, a new DNA strand with the parental DNA as the template. So the parental DNA is the template that determines what will be copied onto the new strand. So if it's a C, a G, A, a T, the way the bases pair up, the same applies to the other. Then the new strand is formed, and then it's released with the same genetic information as the parental DNA. So that is as far as the DNA is concerned. We'll have an assignment on the same. So the assignment, the first question, state 3 roles of DNA. Number 2, explain how DNA replication occurs and use illustrations to support your answer. So we'll stop there. Until next time, goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi. Today we are going to discuss a topic in chemistry form 4, and the topic is acids, bases and salts. So the topic is acids, bases and salts, a topic that is offered at form 4 level in chemistry. Before we get into discussing what the topic entails, it is important to learn the chapter objectives. What are the objectives that a learner is expected to fulfill by the end of this particular topic? So the chapter objectives. So number 1, the learner is expected to be in a position to define the 3 terms: acids, bases and salts. So that is the first objective. The second objective, the learner should be able to explain the strength of acids and bases. So in this case, to be able to explain the strength of acids and bases. And this is basically to be able to understand what is a strong acid, what is a weak acid, what is a strong base, and what is a weak base. The third objective of this particular topic is to explain the role of a solvent, on acid base properties. So explain the role of a given solvent on the acid base properties. And number 4, we will also be able to compare the strength of acids and bases, compare the strength of acids and bases in terms of pH, and electrical conductivity. Objective number 5 is to be able to write ionic equations showing precipitation by different cations. And then number 6 is to be able to explain solubility and solubility curves and their application. Explain solubility and solubility curves and their application. Number 7 is to be able to explain the hardness of water, and its causes, and finally, to be able to describe the methods of removing hardness from water. So basically, those are the objectives for this particular topic. So number one, to be able to define acids, bases, and salts as the topic suggests. Number two, be able to explain the strength of acids and bases. Three, explain the role of a solvent on acid-base properties. Number four, compare the strength of acids and bases in terms of pH and electrical conductivity. Number five, write ionic equations showing precipitation by different cations. Six, explain solubility and solubility curves and their application. Seven, explain the hardness of water and its causes. And then finally, describe the methods of removing hardness from water. So we are going to start with the introduction. And the first thing that we need to ask ourselves is, what is an acid? And we can define an acid as a chemical substance that produces hydrogen ions as the only positive ions when in solution form. So we can say that an acid is a chemical substance that produces hydrogen ions in solution form as the only positive ions. So any substance that when it is in solution form produces hydrogen ions as the only positive ions, then we can say that that is an acid. For example, we have acids such as hydrochloric acid. Hydrochloric acid, when it is in solution form, produces hydrogen ions and chloride ions. So hydrogen ions are the only positive ions. So we can say that hydrochloric acid in solution form qualifies as an acid. Another example, you can take sulfuric acid, also known as sulfuric 6 acid. This one produces 2 hydrogen ions as the only positive ions. So two hydrogen ions, and of course the other ions are negatively charged. We can take an example of nitric 5 acid, basically known as nitric acid. When in solution form, produces hydrogen ions as the only positive ions. And then we have the nitrate ions. So basically, all these examples qualify as acids. They produce hydrogen ions as the only positive ions when in solution form. 2 hydrogen ions, 2 moles of hydrogen ions, 1 mole of hydrogen ions, and so on and so forth. Now, on the other hand, it's important to define what is a base. And you can say that a base is a chemical substance that produces hydroxide ions. That produces hydroxide ions, OH negative, as the only negative ions, while in solution form. So a base produces hydroxide ions as the only negative ions. An acid produces hydrogen ions as the only positive ions. And we can have a few examples of bases. We can have sodium hydroxide solution. This is a base that produces sodium ions, but here we are looking at the hydroxide ions as the only negatively charged ions. An example of potassium hydroxide. Another example of a base, we can have ammonium hydroxide. So all the bases in this case are producing hydroxide ions. All the bases are producing hydroxide ions as the only negative ions while in solution form. For the case of the acids produce hydrogen ions as the only positive ions while in solution form. And we have seen a number of examples of bases and a few examples of acids. Then you are going to define what is a salt. And we can say that a salt is formed when the hydrogen ions in an acid are neutralized by the hydroxide ions from the base. So in this case, we say that the acid is neutralized by the base, or the base is neutralized by the acid. So in this case, we find that a salt is formed when an acid is basically neutralized by a base. So is a chemical substance formed when the acid is neutralized by a base. When the acid is neutralized by a base. Now, we can also say that a salt is formed when the hydrogen ions in the acid are replaced by the metallic ions from the base, or by ammonium ions. So in this case, we can say that it can also be defined as the compound formed when the hydrogen ions in the acid are completely or partially replaced, when the hydrogen ions in the acid are completely or partially replaced by metallic ions or ammonium ions, And you're going to demonstrate that, how that one happens. So what you are basically saying is that when the hydrogen ions in an acid, for instance, we had HCl, hydrochloric acid, then we decide to replace the hydrogen ions in that acid with a metallic ion such as sodium ions. So we get sodium chloride, which is a salt. So we can say that e.g. sodium chloride is a salt of hydrochloric acid. Is a salt of hydrochloric acid. If, for example, we have an acid like sulfuric acid, and the hydrogen ions of in the sulfuric acid are replaced by metallic ions such as magnesium. So we replace them with magnesium. So you can say magnesium sulfate is a salt of sulfuric acid. And on the other hand, if you have an acid like nitric acid, and the hydrogen ions in nitric acid are replaced by ammonium ions, it can either be metallic ions or ammonium ions, then you'll have ammonium nitrate. And in this case, ammonium nitrate is a salt of nitric acid. So in other words, we can say that the type of acid that we are using determines what kind of salts we are going to form. Sodium chloride is a salt of hydrochloric acid. Same case applies to any other chloride, magnesium chloride and the others. Magnesium sulfate is a salt of sulfuric acid. Any sulfate salt is a salt obtained from sulfuric acid. Ammonium nitrate is a salt obtained from nitric acid. So you're going to have a short exercise. So the first question in the assignment, define the following terms. Define the term acid, base, and salt. As we have discussed, question number 2, using chemical equations, show how the following salts can be produced from acids or from particular acids: magnesium chloride, sodium sulfate, and calcium nitrate. We'll stop there until next time. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome, learners. My name is Stephen Kariungi, and we continue with our topic of discussion. And the topic is genetics, a topic offered in Form 4 biology. So during our previous lesson, we discussed the first law of inheritance, that is known as the law of segregation. And we explained why Mendel, that is Gregor Mendel, the father of modern genetics, was very successful in his experiments as opposed to those biologists who had carried out similar experiments before. Now, today I would like us to discuss something that is called monohybrid inheritance. Now, monohybrid inheritance is a terminology that is founded from the first law, which is the law of segregation. And this particular concept says that each particular trait is inherited independently of the other trait. For example, if you are looking at how a trait such as tallness is inherited, then you should just narrow down to tallness and not relate that with another trait, maybe such as the skin color or such as sex or such as another trait as may be. So this concept is borrowed from the law of segregation, which stated that the characteristics of an organism, or each characteristic in an organism, is determined by a pair of hereditary factors, and only each one of those factors exist in a gamete. So the monohybrid inheritance explains that each characteristic is inherited independent of another. Each characteristic explains that each characteristic is inherited independent of another. For example, tallness has no relationship with skin color in terms of how they are inherited. In terms of how they are inherited. Now, I would like us to look at some of the experiments that were carried out by Mendel. And for example, we look at examples of Mendel's experiments. For example, where he took some tall plants, that is the garden pea, and crossed them with other tall plants, obtained the seeds from there, and then planted them, only to get a mixture of tall and short, which you can also call as dwarf. So that by crossing a tall plant and a tall plant, we are getting a mixture of tall and short. And therefore, the conclusion is that there are some traits of shortness in this plant. And there are some traits of shortness in this plant, and that's where we are getting the dwarf plants. He also said that when you cross the short against the short, let me say the short plant, and then the short plant, in this experiment, he got only short plants. So that is one of the experiments. This is another experiment. So by crossing a short plant and a short plant and getting only short plants, that is to mean the conclusion here was that the short plants were pure breeds. They were pure breeds. So the conclusion in the first case is that tall plants had factors of shortness in them, and that's why we are getting a mixture. But in the second experiment, the conclusion, by crossing a short and a short plant, it means that the short plants were pure breeds, that is, had factors for shortness only, had factors for shortness only. So I repeat there, in the examples of experiments carried out by Mendel, the first one, by crossing the tall and the tall plants, that is the garden pea, the offspring or the products obtained were a mixture of tall and short. And that's an indication that the shortness was still there, even in the tall plants. So the tall plants had factors of shortness in them. But after crossing the short plants, he only got short offspring or a short generation. And that means that the short plants were pure breeds that had the shortness only. So here, from the two experiments, or from the above experiments, Mendel concluded that some factors, now what we are calling the genes, are dominant over others. Some factors are dominant over others, e.g., tallness dominates over shortness. Tallness dominates over shortness. And therefore, shortness can only express itself in the absence of tallness. In the absence of tallness, hence, short plants were pure breeds, breeds. Now, based on that, we are going to look at some terminologies used in genetics, the terminologies that we came up with from these experiments. One, we have seen that the tallness is dominating over the shortness. That is why the shortness is not expressing itself. So we have one, a dominant gene. this is a gene that expresses itself in the presence of a weaker gene, i.e. suppresses, it suppresses the weaker gene. Then we have the recessive gene is a suppressed gene, i.e. cannot express itself in the presence of the dominant gene. So, in conclusion here, the dominant gene, e.g., was the tallness gene, the gene for tallness. And the recessive gene, the suppressed one, is the shortness gene. So we have what we call a dominant gene and a recessive gene. So you'll have an assignment on this. So the assignment, the first question, what is A, dominant gene, B, a recessive gene? And number 2, explain why in Mendel's experiments, tall plants gave rise to a mixture of tall and short when self-pollinated. We'll stop there until next time. Goodbye.
So before we go on, in our previous lesson we looked at phrases. We talked about the noun phrase, the types of phrases, how a phrase is a group of words that functions as a single unit. And we looked at the various types of phrases. We looked at verb phrases, we looked at noun phrases, adjectival, prepositional, adverbial phrases, and we say that they are just groups of words but will function as that unit. That unit could be a verb, that unit could be an adjective, the unit could be an adverb, the unit could be a preposition, depending on how they are in a sentence. But now they are functioning as a group. So today we're looking at now another group of words that will function as a, we're looking at participle phrases. It will be the same thing. But now, before we go to participle phrases, we'll need to remind ourselves what a participle is. Because for it to function as a participle phrase, it must be a group of words. So I can just say it is a group of words that functions, a group of words that functions as a participle in a sentence. So this participle phrase. So what is a participle? So a participle, if we remind ourselves clearly, is a word, just a minute, is a verbal word that functions as an adjective. It's a verbal word that functions as an adjective. So that, what is a verbal word? For example, interesting. Interesting. Another word is arrived. These are verbal words. But now we're looking at them as we are looking at them as functioning as what? Adjectives. So that we can say interesting movie. Arrived just not arrived, but expected guests, tired visitors. So all these three words here, interesting, expected, tired, they are verbs, but they are functioning as what? Adjectives. What is an adjective? It's a word that gives us more information about a noun. So which movie? The interesting one. Which guests? The ones that we were expecting. Which visitors? The tired ones. Okay? Which pool? The swimming pool. Which baby? The crying baby. So that we say, when they function as an adjective, they're giving us more information about the baby. That's what an adjective does. So today we're looking at how a participle, a phrase, will function as an adjective. Because when we say that a group of words that function as a participle, we're looking at a group of words that function as an adjective. The only difference will be that there'll be no adjective in that sentence like an adjectival phrase. There'll be a participle. Okay? And before we go on, we have different types of participles. We have the present participle, which is normally called the ing participle. And then we have the, number 2, we have the past participle, which is called the ed/en participle. So that here, this participle again will be functioning as an adjective, but in an ing form or an ed/en participle. So when we begin with present participle, they are in form of an ing. For example, interesting, crying. Okay, they are ing participles. So, and then under, for example, now we have interesting movie, crying baby. So the underlined words are the participles. And then now past participles. Will be the ed/en ones. So that we have expected, we have stolen, we have broken, so that we can have expected guests have arrived. The stolen bicycle, the broken window. Okay, so broken here is not functioning as a verb. Stolen here is not functioning as a verb. It is functioning as an adjective. It's giving us more information about the adjective, the noun. The noun window, the noun bicycle, and the noun guests. So that when we say, now we're going to look at, we've looked at what a participle is, the types of participles, and now we're going to look at in a broader perspective, that is now in the participle phrase perspective. So now present participles, in a sentence that has a present participle. So when a sentence has a present participle, what does it mean? That the action in the main sentence, in the previous sentence, in the participle sentence, happens before the one in the main sentence happens. Now that we've learned what a participle is, we've reminded ourselves what a participle is, we're looking at now what a participle phrase is. And we've just said that a participle phrase is a group of words that functions as a participle in a sentence. So I'll just add, such a phrase begins with a present participle or a past participle. This participle phrase, it normally begins with either a present participle or a past participle. For example, now that we've said it's a group of words that functions as a participle, and that such a phrase begins with a present participle or a past participle. Let me give you now examples of these participle phrases. Okay? For example, shivering with cold. The cat went into the house to warm itself. Okay, so shivering with cold. What do you see here? The word shivering. Shivering now is the present participle. Okay, so it gives this sentence, shivering with cold, gives us more information about who? The cat. Okay, how is it functioning as an adjective here? Or how is it functioning as a participle? It is functioning as a participle in the sense that it is giving us more information about the what? The cat, which is the noun in this sentence, because all participles, they functioning as adjectives. So what is an adjective? It gives us more information about a what? A noun. So in this case, it will be a group of words that functions as a participle. So here, it's a group of words that gives us more information about what? The cat. It was shivering with cold, so it went to what? To warm itself in the house. Okay? Another example could be thinking the ground was dry. I sat down to rest. Okay? So, thinking the ground was dry is a participle phrase. It gives us more information about who? The I, who was thinking the ground was dry, so that this action can happen, so that he or she can sit down to rest. Okay? So what is the function of a present participle phrase? It means that the action in the participle phrase happens before the action in the main, with the main verb. Okay? The action in the participle phrase happens before the action in the main sentence. Okay? The function of a present participle. Now that is what we're going to look at. So we've just said that the present we've given examples of a sentence that has present participles. Let me just add here. Present participle phrases. All right? So that this one is shivering with cold, the cat went into the house. It is a state that is happening in the present. Thinking it was on the ground was dry, I sat down to rest. So the function here, we're looking at now how does it function? Given those examples, the function of a present. So this present participle phrase, shivering with cold, we're not looking at this other part of the sentence. It may look like it's in the past, but what we're concentrating on is this part, shivering with cold. The cat went to the house to warm itself. Or thinking the ground was dry, I sat down to rest. So what is the function of the present participle phrase? So it is used to emphasize that the action in the participle phrase is immediately followed by the action in the main sentence. Okay? This shivering with cold is immediately followed by this other action. After noticing that it was shivering with cold, it immediately goes into the house to warm itself. After this person realizes that the ground was dry, immediately they sit down to rest. So it just emphasizes, it's just used for emphasis. This action is followed immediately by the action in the main sentence. So that is all about the what? The present participle phrase. All right? So let me give you an assignment to practice on it more, so that when we come back next, we will look at now the past participle. Remember I told you that this participle phrase that functions as a participle in a sentence could begin with a what? A present participle or a past participle. So we've looked at participle phrases that have begun with what? Present participles. All right? Like shivering, like thinking, okay? Those ones begin with what? Present participles. That's why they are in the ing format. All right. So we're going to look at the next time in the next lesson. We're going to look at now sentences or maybe phrases that begin with what? Past participle phrases. So our assignment for today. Let me just write a few questions here for practice. So let's read the questions. You are supposed to rewrite the sentences, replacing the underlined part with the present participle. The first one, the dog wagged its tail and beat the postman. So you are replacing this first part with a participle phrase, a present one. The second one, while she was tidying up her room, while she was tidying up her room, while she was tidying up her room, comma, she found some old photos, full stop. They are vegetarians and they don't eat meat, full stop. Again, in both sentences, you are replacing the underlined part with a present participle phrase. He was a good boy and helped his mother in the kitchen. Again, you're replacing the underlined part. As they didn't separate this, as they didn't have enough money, comma, they spent their holiday at home. Again, you replace the underlined part with a participle phrase. And then number 6, since we didn't watch the news every day, comma, we know what's going on in the world. We know what's going on in the world. Now, remember that there is something we need to note. Let me just say it as an NB. The participle phrase is separated from the rest of the sentence by a comma. So whenever you will be replacing, you make sure that the comma will follow the what? The participle phrase. You will separate the sentence, the participle phrase is separated from the rest of the sentence by a what? By a comma. So remember, when you're doing that assignment, remember to separate the what? The sentence, the participle phrase with the rest of the sentence by a comma. After writing the participle phrase, like in this case, shivering with cold, comma, the cat went into the house. Again, here, we've seen that we've separated the sentence with what? The comma. Okay? Having said that, I wish you well. And we are looking forward to the next lesson, which will be about the past participle phrases.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
How are you doing? Welcome to a lesson in history and government. We are handling a topic, international relations. Teacher Conan Gakure, and I'm glad that you have joined me, and I hope that you are going to learn more as we continue to learn things concerning international relations. Today we are continuing with the subtopic on that is the organization of the UN. The organization of the UN. That is what we are going to learn about in our today's lesson. Before we go forward, I would take you back to what we have learned in our previous lessons. Remember, we have been tackling this organization of the United Nations, the different organs that make up or that form the United Nations, so that the organization is able to achieve its mandate or its objectives. So we have already learned about several of these organizations. The first one that we learned about was the General Assembly. The General Assembly was the first organization that we studied that is under the United Nations, and we said this encompasses all the members that are party to the United Nations. Number two, which was the second organization that we studied, my dear learner? Very good. We studied the Security Council. Very good. And number three, which other organization or organ of the United Nations did we learn about? We learned about the ICJ, which is the International Court of Justice. That is, those are the organs that we have discussed. Today, we are going to look at the remaining ones, which is number 4, economic and social council. And then we are also going to learn about the secretariat, and then lastly we are going to look at the trusteeship council. So we have already come into contact. We have dealt with the General Assembly, we have dealt with the Security Council, we have dealt with the ICJ. Now allow me to take you a step further and study about the Economic and Social Council. So that is number 4, the Economic and Social Council or Council. So when you talk of the Economic and Social Council, this is a council that has 54 members. It has 54 members. Each they serve for 3 years. They serve for 3 years term. So each member is elected to take position in this council for 3 years. So it happens that in each and every year, the General Assembly is meeting. They appoint, so that they appoint 18. They appoint 18 members. They appoint 18 members are appointed by the General Assembly every time they meet. So that means each and every year when the General Council meets, there are 18 members who have elapsed their 3 years are elected. New members are elected each and every year to take part or to take position in the Security Council. So what are the duties of this Security Council? What are the duties or functions of this council? The functions of the Economic and Social Council, and I've said it has 54 members drawn from the General Assembly. right? And each member serves for how many years? 3 years. And they are elected. How are they elected? Every now and then? Because after 3 years, that means there is supposed to be a new member. So they are elected during the General Assembly meeting, where all member states come together. And then, so one of the duty or one of the things they do, they elect members into this Economic and Social Council. So their functions are these. Number one, they make and submit reports. Make and submit reports. They make and submit reports about the education, economic, we have the health, education, economic, it's economic, not economic, economic activities. We have health issues that are affecting different organizations or the world. So they make reports and then submit reports to the General Assembly. So they have to make research about on these issues to do with the education, economic, health, the culture, right? Things to do with culture. They also study the social interactions of different countries and make submissions. So once you go out to do a research, you make a report, right? So this council is tasked with the mandate of making or doing research, right? Then they make a report and then submit that report to the General Assembly for further actions. So that is the first duty of the Economic and Social Council. That is number one. Number two, they also make and submit. They also make and submit reports concerning human rights. Human rights. So first, it is about the social, education, economic, health, social issues. And then number two, they also make reports concerning human rights. How are the affairs of, or how are the human rights and freedoms being observed in different parts of the world? And then number three, they organize conferences. The council is concerned with organize conferences. They organize conferences on social and economic issues. So if there is a pertinent issue affecting the world that is economic in nature or social in nature, it is the duty of this council to convene conferences where people could come and discuss and make up decisions that could be acted upon by the member states through the General Assembly. And also, number four, they draw up conventions. They draw up conventions. These are agreements or regulations that are supposed to be followed. It is their duty to draw up conventions concerning economic and social matters. And then lastly, they create a link. They create a link between the UN and the civil societies. They create a link between the United Nations and the civil society. So they are a bridge between civil societies, independent civil societies, and then the UN or the United Nations. So those are the functions of that council. Let's take a step further and then look at the second last organization, which is the Secretariat. The Secretariat. So this is engaged with the day-to-day running of the United Nations. So it is headed by the Secretary General. It is headed by a Secretary General. So this is the head of the Secretariat. A Secretariat is the body that is concerned with the day-to-day running activities of the United Nations. So it is the Secretary General is elected from the lesser powers, and he serves for 5 years, 5-year term. So each Secretary General serves for 5-year terms, and they are elected from the lesser powers or from the minor powers. So he has, or there have been several Secretary Generals. One from Africa that we can mention is Kofi Annan. That was a Secretary General that had been elected from Africa. Also, another African who had been elected earlier was Boutros Ghali, who was from Egypt. Kofi Annan was from Ghana. So those are just some examples of the Secretary Generals that have been elected. So these generals come from the minor powers. So what are the duties of the Secretariat? Let us look at the duties or the functions. The duties of the Secretariat, that is, number one, they raise issues that threaten. So number one, raise issues. They raise issues that threaten the world peace to the Security Council. Remember, we said this is the permanent decision-making organ concerning the issues of international peace. So it is the duty of the Secretariat to raise up these issues that are potentially that can potentially lead to a threat of international peace to the Security Council. And then number two, they mediate. They are mediators. They mediate international disputes. They mediate international disputes. So before the disputes go overboard or go beyond the hand, it is the duty of the Secretariat to come and try and mediate between the warring parties. They try and bring an amicable solution to the things or to the issues that are being held. And then they also organize. They organize conferences. They organize conferences. Conferences on international issues. That is their duty to organize. And then they register treaties that have been made. They register treaties. They register treaties that have been made to the UN, right? So if there is a treaty that has been made between member parties, right? So it is the duty of the Secretariat to register them. And then they publish reports. So any report that has been made by any of these other organs, it is the duty of the Secretariat, right, to publish these reports and make them known to the other members. And also they promote awareness on human rights. They promote awareness. They promote awareness on human rights. And then second last duty of the secretariat, they also translate or interpret the reports. They interpret reports in reports, speeches and documents. Remember, we said the United Nations has 5 official languages. Are you able to remember those 5 languages? So it is the duty of the Secretariat to translate speeches, because if I'm a Chinese and I'm addressing the UN, the General Assembly, I'll use my Chinese language. So it is the duty of the Secretariat to translate that speech into other languages for use by the other members. And then lastly, they conduct research on economic and social trends. They conduct research. They conduct research on economic and social trends, all problems that are affecting the whole world. So that is the duty of the Secretariat. It's quite a huge task. And actually, it is estimated that throughout the whole world, the Secretariat has almost 16,000 employees that are working in this docket or in the Secretariat of the United Nations. So these are the duties, some of the duties. You could do some research and find out the more duties of the Secretariat. Let us now go to the last organ. Allow me now to go to the last organ. We have looked at all this. Now let us go to the last organ, which is the trusteeship council. So so actually this should be number 5. Number 5. So the last one, which is number 6. Number 6, which is the trustee. The trusteeship council. So when you talk of a trustee, is somebody who has been given a responsibility to take care of, to manage something on behalf of. That is a trustee. So you can be a trustee of somebody's estate. You can be appointed by a person to take over or to be a guardian of their estate. You are a trustee. So the trusteeship council is a council that was mandated to take over states that were under the League of Nations. Remember, after the First World War, there were some countries or there were some territories that were taken from the Allied powers and were given to be led or to be, they were mandated under the League of Nations. So it was the duty of the trusteeship council to take over and make sure that these countries or these nations are running well. It was also to take over the countries that had been taken away from. It was mandated to take mandates over territories taken away from the Axis powers, after the Second World War. And lastly, they were supposed to, they were given the responsibility of overseeing decolonization. They were supposed to oversee decolonization of states after the Second World War. So much of their work is done. There are only some few islands in the Pacific, in the Atlantic, and the Indian Ocean that to date are still under the mandate of the European powers. So it is the duty of the trusteeship country, or the trusteeship council, not country, excuse me, to take over or to make sure that these territories that have been taken care of, that had been taken away from those countries that were defeated during the world wars, are being taken care of, and ensure that there is decolonization, total decolonization of countries in the world. So that is the organization of the United Nations. We have looked at the 6 organs that encompass the United Nations. So as we end our lesson today, allow me, as usual, to give you a revision question. I can just write here, revision question. Revision question. And I hope you can note them down. These are the questions. Number 1, identify the functions of the economic and social council. Then number 2, state the duties of the United Nations Secretariat. The questions are: number 1, identify the functions of the Economic and Social Council. And then number 2, state the duties of the United Nations Secretariat. And with that, my dear learner, we come to the end of our lesson today. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Karibu sana mwanafunzi. Tuko pale pale katika masomo ya mtandaoni ya Manifested. Hapo awali tulikuwa tumeshashughulikia ushairi, tukaangalia baadhi ya istilahi zinazotumika katika mashairi. Lakini leo hii nataka tuweze kushughulikia mambo mawili. Hivyo basi lengo letu la leo ni kwamba kufikia mwishoni wa hiki kipindi uweze kuelewa kategoria 2 za mashairi na sifa zake. Jambo la pili ni kuelewa na uweze kueleza bahari mbalimbali za mashairi. Lakini hata kabla ya sisi kuelekea huko kwa bahari na kategoria, wacha tu kidogo tuweze kuangazia kidogo kuhusiana na yale ambayo tulikuwa tumezungumza hapo awali kuhusiana na ushairi, maana yake na baadhi ya istilahi. Iwapo unakumbuka, basi tukasema kwamba bado tuko katika mada kuu ambayo ni ushairi. Na nikaeleza kwamba katika kile kipindi kingine tulikuwa tushapata maana ya shairi, ambapo tulisema ni utungo wa kisanaa wacha nitumie, ni utungo wa kisanaa wenye lugha teule. Lugha teule, naomba kufuta tafadhali. Unaotumia lugha teule mpangilio maalum wa maneno. Unaotumika katika kuwasilisha ujumbe. Wanafunzi, kumbuka kwamba hivi ndivyo vitahiniwa. Unapoeleza dhana hii ya shairi, unapoeleza maana yake, kumbuka kutaja kwamba ni utungo wa kisanaa. Kumbuka kutaja kwamba unaotumia lugha teule. Sio lugha tu hivi hivi, lugha yote, la hasha. Ni lugha iliyoteuliwa kwa weledi mkubwa sana, tena zaidi, na mpangilio maalum wa maneno. Maneno yanapangwa kiasi kwamba yanaweza kuwasilisha ujumbe wa msanii. Na basi kazi yenyewe ya huu utungo wa kisanaa wenye lugha teule na mpangilio maalum wa maneno ni kuwasilisha ujumbe. Haya, hapo basi katika hicho kipindi bado tukaangazia baadhi ya istilahi. Istilahi, hili neno istilahi kwa kimombo naweza nikakwambia kwamba ni kama vile terminologies. Terminologies ama terms, yani ule msamiati ambao unatumika katika uwanja wa mashairi. Moja kati ya hizi istilahi ambazo tuliweza kuziangazia ni mishororo. Baada ya mishororo tukasema kwamba mishororo ni ile mistari katika ubeti, ni mistari katika mashairi. Umeangalia shairi tu ukaona kwamba limeundwa kwa mistari. Kuna mstari wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu, wa nne. Yani hiyo ndio ambayo tunaita mishororo. Hii mishororo ikiwa miwili, mitatu, minne, mitano inaweza ikaunda beti. Ya? Ukiwa mmoja utaitwa ubeti, zikiwa nyingi zitaitwa beti. Aya, tukaangalia tukaona kwamba mishororo hii pia inaweza ikawa na vipande. Kimoja tutakiita kipande, vikiwa vingi viitwe vipande. Na tukaona kwamba hivi vipande vinaweza kuwa kimoja, viwili, vitatu ama vinne katika mshororo mmoja. Ambapo tulisema kwamba kipande cha kwanza kitaitwa ukwapi, cha pili kiitwe utao, cha tatu kiitwe mwandamizi, cha nne ukingo. Sio hizo tu, tuliangalia istilahi nyingine nyingi zaidi, ambapo na kutuma rejelea hicho kipindi ili uweze kufahamu zaidi kuhusiana na haya. Tukaangalia vina, tukaangalia mizani, tukaangalia manju ni nani, tukaangalia pia malenga, tukamwangalia shaha. Aya, hivyo basi nafikiri umeweza kupata picha halisi ya yaliyoshughulikiwa hapo awali. Lakini kwa leo, kama nilivyokueleza, ni kwamba tunaweza kushughulikia haya. Basi nafikiri mwanafunzi umepata picha halisi ya yale ambayo yalishughulikiwa katika kipindi hicho ambacho kilitangulia. Haya basi, kwa leo nilikuambia lengo letu kuu leo ni kuangalia kategoria mbili kuu za mashairi, na kila moja yazo tuweze kujua baadhi ya sifa zake ili uweze kupata tofauti kamili. Zaidi tutaweza kushughulikia pia bahari mbalimbali za mashairi ya Kiswahili. Haya basi, wacha ni ufute huu ubao tuweze kuanza upya sasa somo letu la leo. Kategoria za mashairi. msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, hili neno kategoria nafikiri unaona kwamba limetoholewa tu. Kategoria kutokana na neno category, na unajua category, kategoria ina maana ya aina. Hivyo basi tunazungumzia tu aina za mashairi. Isije kuwa ngumu kwako kuelewa kwamba tunazungumzia aina za mashairi. Mashairi yamegawika mara mbili kwa kigezo cha wakati na muundo wa nje. Kwa kigezo cha wakati na muundo wa nje. Aina ya kwanza ni haya mashairi tunayoyaita mashairi ya jadi. Mashairi ya jadi. Pia haya mashairi utapata pia yanaitwa mashairi ya arudhi. Yana neno jingine, yanaitwa pia mashairi ya kimapokeo. Kimapokeo. Ni mashairi ya arudhi, ni mashairi ya jadi, ni mashairi ya kimapokeo. Haya mashairi ni ya jadi, ni ya arudhi, ni ya kimapokeo kwa ajili ni mashairi ambayo yanafuata, ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au arudhi za utunzi wa mashairi. Wacha tu niandike kidogo hapa hivi kwamba ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au kaida au sheria za utunzi wa mashairi. Au kanuni, kaida, sheria za utunzi. Mashairi yoyote ambayo utapata kwamba yametungwa kwa kuzingatia kanuni, kaida, sheria za utunzi wa mashairi, hizo ama hayo mashairi ndiyo ambayo tunaita mashairi ya jadi, mashairi ya arudhi, au ukitaka mashairi ya kimapokeo. Ningependa uanze kujiuliza hivi, hizi sheria ama hizi kanuni, kaida hizi za utunzi wa mashairi ni gani? Hizi sheria ni gani? Kwanza, kaida zenyewe ni gani? Kaida zenyewe ni gani? Kwamba shairi lipangwe katika beti. Shairi lipangwe katika beti. Shairi lipangwe katika beti. Kuwe na kama unakumbuka katika hicho kipindi kingine tulisema kwamba ubeti ni fungu la ama ni kifungu cha mishororo. Ati sasa shairi linafaa liwe na ubeti wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu na kuwe na usawa katika beti zenyewe. Pia shairi lipangwe katika mishororo. Ubeti uwe umepangwa katika mishororo na mishororo yenyewe ijitosheleze kimizani, kivina. Unaona? Shairi lipangwe katika mishororo. Yaani ubeti wa kwanza uwe na idadi fulani ya mishororo, ubeti wa pili uwe na idadi sawa ya mishororo kama ilivyokuwa katika ubeti wa kwanza, ubeti wa pili hivyo, wa tatu, wa nne, wa tano, jinsi hiyo. Ni sheria, ni kanuni, ni kaida ya utunzi. Hizo ndizo zinazoitwa arudhi. Aya, mishororo pia kuzingatia sheria ya mizani. Zaidi, wacha tuangalie. Kanuni nyingine ni vina. Shairi lako unapolitunga, mapokeo walipendekeza kwamba lazima liwe na vina. Na kama unakumbuka vina tulisema ni nini? Ni zile silabi za mwisho katika ukwapi au utao au mwandamizi au ukingo. Hizo silabi za mwisho. Mapokeo waliamini kwamba lazima hilo shairi liwe na vina. Pia suala jingine la kibwagizo. Mwanafunzi, msikilizaji, mpenzi wa mashairi ya Kiswahili, Hivyo basi, unapotunga shairi la kimapokeo, hakikisha kwamba umefuata hizi kanuni. Upange kazi yako katika beti, katika mishororo, mizani, vina na kibwagizo. Hiyo ilikuwa ni kategoria ya kwanza ya mashairi, ambayo ni mashairi ya jadi, au kitaka arudhi, au kitaka mashairi ya kimapokeo. Malenga ambao wanafuata huu mkondo wa utunzi wa mashairi haya wanaitwa wanamapokeo. Wanamapokeo. Wanaitwa wanamapokeo. Yaani ni malenga. Ni wale malenga ambao hufuata mkondo wa kutunga mashairi kiarudhi. Hufuata ule mkondo wa kutunga mashairi kiarudhi. Kiarudhi kumaanisha kwamba wanafuata zile kaida, kanuni, sheria ambazo ni za beti, mishororo na mizani. Kategoria ya pili. Kategoria ya pili ni mashairi huru. Mashairi huru. Mashairi huru. Angalia neno kwamba ni huru. Ya? Wakati huu mwingine tulisema kwamba ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au kaida au sheria. Haya mengine unasikia ni mashairi huru. Basi bila shaka unajua kwamba ni huru kiasi kwamba huyu mtunzi, huyu malenga anayetunga haya mashairi ako huru kuwasilisha maudhui yake, ujumbe wake, bila ya kubanwa na kanuni yoyote ile. Yeye si lazima beti zake zikawa na idadi sawa ya mishororo, si lazima kazi yake ikawa na vina, si lazima kazi yake ikawa na mizani ambayo inatoshana katika kila mshororo. La hasha, huyu ako huru. Na basi haya mashairi huru unaweza ukasema kwamba ni mashairi yanayotungwa bila kufuata kanuni au arudhi. Na ndio maana unapata kwamba kuna baadhi ya wataalamu mbalimbali unapata kwamba wako na visawe vya hili neno mashairi huru. Basi utapata kwamba pia huitwa, utapata linaitwa mapingiti. Utasikia naitwa pia mashairi ya kimapinduzi, ya kimapinduzi. Utasikia pia anaitwa zuhali, masivina na kadhalika. Hivyo ni visawe vya mashairi huru. Ningependa uweze kuelewa kwamba haya mashairi huru huwa yana sifa yake ya kipekee. Unapata kwamba ubeti mmoja unaweza kuwa na mshororo wa kwanza uko na mizani 13, mshororo wa 3 uko na mizani 6, mshororo wa 4 una mizani 17, mshororo wa 3 wa 5 una mishororo 4. Yaani kumaanishaje kwamba huyu mtunzi wa kimapinduzi hajabanwa na kanuni zozote za utunzi. Aya, mwanafunzi, ningependa tuweze kuangalia sifa za kila aina, kila kategoria. Tuangalie sifa za mashairi ya kiarudhi ama mashairi ya jadi. Sifa za mashairi ya jadi, ambayo pia tulisema ni mashairi arudhi, ama ukitaka pia yaite mashairi ya kimapokeo. Na utapata kwamba haya mashairi huwa yanakuwa na sifa kama zifuatazo. Sifa ya kwanza ni yana urari wa vina. Urari wa vina, yani kuna ule mtiririko fulani wa vina, kuna mkondo fulani unaofuatwa na vina. Unaona, vina vinaweza vikatiririka ama vikabadilika, lakini kuna hiyo sheria ya kuhakikisha kwamba kuna ule urari ama ule mtiririko wa vina. Pia kuna sifa nyingine ambayo ni urari wa mizani katika mishororo. Unapata kwamba mshororo wa kwanza una mizani 16, wa pili una mizani 16, wa tatu una mizani 16, wa nne vivyo hivyo mizani 16. Huo ndio tunaita urari wa mizani. Basi kuna sifa ya mishororo. Mishororo sawa katika beti. Mishororo sawa katika beti. Unapata kwamba ubeti wa kwanza una mishororo minne. Ubeti wa pili una mishororo minne. Ubeti wa tatu una mishororo minne. Yani vivyo hivyo unapata kwamba mishororo ni sawa katika beti mbalimbali. Zaidi unasikia kwamba pana uwezekano wa kuwa na mishororo kifu. Hii ni mishororo ambayo imejisimamia kimaana. Haihitaji ujumbe kutoka kwenye mshororo unaofuata. La hasha. Mishororo kifu. Ama pia utasikia ikiitwa mishororo toshelezi. Ya, mishororo inayojitosheleza kimaana. Hivyo basi, msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, mpenzi wa mashairi ya Kiswahili, nafikiri umeweza kuangalia ukaona kwamba haya mashairi ya kimapokeo, mashairi ya arudhi, mashairi ya jadi yana sifa kama zifuatazo. Yana ule urari wa vina, urari wa mizani katika mishororo, mishororo inakuwa sawa katika beti, pia kuna mishororo kifu au ukitaka mishororo toshelezi. Naomba pia nikupeleke moja kwa moja hadi kwenye sifa za mashairi ambayo ni huru. Pia tuliyaita mapingiti, iwapo unakumbuka pia tukayapa jina kama vile zuhali, masivina, au pia ukaita ya kimapinduzi. Sifa za mashairi ya kimapinduzi. Mashairi ya kimapinduzi, mashairi huru. Haya mashairi ambayo ni huru, kama nilivyowaeleza pale hapo awali, ni kwamba malenga wake hajabano na zile kanuni za mashairi ya arudhi. La hasha. Hivyo basi sifa ni kama zifuatazo. Utapata kwamba haya mashairi hayana urari wa vina. Hayana urari wa vina, hayana vina kabisa. Ya? Pia utapata kwamba haya mashairi hayana ule urari wa mizani. Unaweza ukapata kwamba mshororo wa kwanza una mizani 10, mshororo wa pili una mizani 7, mshororo wa tatu una mizani 16 ama 13. Vivyo hivyo, yani hakuna ule mpangilio. Ya? Aya, pia mishororo si sawa katika beti. mishororo huwa sio sawa katika beti. Yeah? So nafikiri unaweza kupata baadhi ya sifa, na kuna sifa nyingine ambayo ni huwa na mishororo, huwa na mishororo mishata, huwa na mishororo mishata. Naomba kuliandika hili neno hapa chini kidogo, mishororo mishata. Kidogo naomba kueleza hili neno mishororo mishata. Hili neno mishororo mishata, kama unakumbuka hapo tulipokuwa tukiangalia sifa za mashairi ya jadi, tulisema mishororo yake huwa kifu au ukitaka toshelezi. Basi wacha kidogo nieleze mishororo ambayo inaitwa mishata. Mishororo mishata huwa ni mishororo ambayo haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ni kinyume cha mishororo kifu. Mishororo mishata huwa haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ujumbe wake hukamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Hata hivyo ninaposema kwamba huwa na mishororo mishata, haimaanishi kwamba shairi zima lina mishororo mishata, la hasha. Ni mmoja kati ya sifa za mashairi ya kimapinduzi, ama ukitaka mashairi huru. Kumbuka hapo awali tulikuwa tushasema mambo kuhusiana na kwamba mashairi ya jadi huwa na mishororo kifu au toshelezi. Basi katika hii sehemu nyingine ya mashairi huru kunakuwa na mishororo mishata. Wacha kidogo nieleze hii mishororo mishata ni nini. Wakati ambapo mishororo kifu inakuwa imejitosheleza kiujumbe, hii mingine mishata huwa haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ujumbe wake hukamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Ya? Nafikiri unaelewa hapo. Yaani ujumbe wake unakamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Basi na hata kama nimesema kwamba haya mashairi huru ama mashairi ya kimapokeo ya kimapinduzi huwa na sifa ya mishororo mishata, haimaanishi ati shairi lote lina mishororo iliyo mishata, la hasha. Inamaanisha tu ni moja kati ya sifa. Utapata tu kuna ile ambayo imejitosheleza, kuna mingine ambayo haijajitosheleza. Ujumbe wake unakamilika katika mishororo inayofuata. Nafikiri hapo mpaka hapo umeweza kutembea nami tangu mwanzo hadi hapa sasa ambapo tumeangalia sifa za mashairi. Mwanzoni tulianzia kwa kueleza kategoria za mashairi au ukitaka aina, ambapo tulisema aina ni mbili kuu. Aina ya kwanza ni mashairi ya jadi au ukitaka arudhi au kimapokeo. Kisha kuna aina ya pili ambayo ni mashairi huru. Pia tukasema yana visawi ambacho ni mapingiti, pia yanaitwa mashairi ya kimapinduzi. Pia utapata yanaitwa mashairi zuhali au masivina na kadhalika. Mashairi ya jadi ya kimapokeo tulisema yanafuata kanuni, kaida au sheria za utunzi wa mashairi. Basi malenga wa mashairi haya huwa amefungwa, amebanwa. Lazima kazi yake ipange katika beti. Hiyo ni sheria moja yazo. Lazima kazi yake ahakikishe kwamba mishororo ipo tena imefanana. Mizani yake ni sawa na vina na kibwagizo. Amebanwa na hizo sheria. Huyu mwingine anayetunga mashairi huru hajabanwa kwa vyovyote vile. Yeye anaweza akatunga mashairi yake bora yafikishe ujumbe, maudhui yawepo, atumie ile lugha ambayo ni teule, maneno yake ayapange kwa namna fulani ambayo itamsaidia yeye kupata ule ujumbe. Basi haya mashairi yanatungwa bila kufuata kanuni au arudhi zile zinazotumika pale. Hatukuachia hapo. Tulienda tukaangalia sifa za mashairi ya jadi, ambapo tulitaja urari wa vina yanakuwa na ule urari wa mizani katika mishororo. Kuna mishororo ambayo huwa ni sawa katika kila ubeti, pia mishororo yake huwa ni kifu ama toshelezi. Zaidi tukasema vipi kwamba kuna sifa nyingine za mashairi huru, mapingiti ya kimapinduzi, zuhali au na kadhalika. Tukasema vipi haya hayana urari wa vina. Si lazima kazi yako kuipanga ati lazima vina viwe vimefanana, la hasha. Pia hayana ule urari wa mizani. Zaidi mishororo huwa si sawa katika beti. Na pia kunakuwa na matumizi ya mishororo ambayo ni mishata. Hivyo basi, msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, muda wetu unatupa kisogo, na kama nilivyokuwa nimeahidi kwamba nitashughulikia pia bahari za mashairi. Samahani tafadhali kwa ajili ya muda, wacha tupate hayo katika kipindi kingine hapa katika masomo ya mtandaoni ya Manifested. Lakini sitakuacha hivyo msikilizaji, sitakuacha hivyo tu bila kazi ya kufanya. Kazi mradi kwako ni hii. Nataka nikupe swali moja tu ambalo utalishughulikia. Swali lenyewe ni hili. Kazi mradi zieleze kategoria mbili kuu. Zieleze kategoria mbili kuu za mashairi, kisha utolee sifa, utolee sifa kila moja. Shukran. Kazi hiyo iwe imekamilika katika kipindi kijacho. Asante, siku njema.
Hello learners, today we will still continue with the topic angle properties of a circle. So I'm going to solve the question I'd given you, number 5, from secondary mathematics, exercise 19.1, number 5. So I'll read the question. In the figure below, O is the center of the circle, Ln and Pm are diameters. Show that Lm is parallel to Pn. So I'll write the question on the board. The question on the board, I read, in the figure below, O is the center of the circle. Ln and Pm are the diameters. Show that Lm and PLM, show that Lm is parallel to Pn. So to solve that question, there are concepts you must have. Number 1, when they talk of diameters, there are two diameters there, L, N, and P, M. From the previous concepts, we had seen that a diameter will subtend a right angle in any of the segments. So let us look at the diagram and see some of the angles the diameters will subtend. Because from the question, before you prove it, a parallel line, two parallel lines, a perpendicular drawn from a point on one of the line should meet the other line at 90 degrees. So if you are able to identify some of those angles, they'll be able to help us to prove that. So let's see some of the angles formed in that. So let's start with diameter LN. Diameter LN. We want to see whether there is any right angle it is subtending. So if I prolong that and got that small chord there, I will already get a right angle there. It is a true proof that angle LMN is a right angle because it is subtended by which chord? LN, which is the diameter. Therefore, angle LMN is equals to 90 degrees, which is a right angle. We get, let's find other angles also. Let's consider also chord diameter PM. Diameter PM. If we prolong this chord L to P, we'll find that diameter PO, diameter PM will subtend angle MLP, which will also be a right angle. So it goes without saying that angle MLP MLP is equal to 90 degrees. We are not done yet. There are two more right angles we'll get. There are two more right angles we'll get. So we've got angle LMN, and we've got angle MLP. We can also get angle LPN, which is a right angle because it is subtended by chord LN. A diameter subtends a right angle on any point on the circumference. So it goes without saying that angle LPN, angle LPN is equal to 90 degrees. Reason, it is subtended by the diameter. We go to the last fourth angle, which is angle MNP. Angle MNP. It is subtended by diameter PM. You can easily see this is the diameter. It is subtending this angle in that segment. So it goes without saying that angle MNP is how many degrees? 90 degrees. We've got all those concepts from the diameters subtending angles in any of the segment. The angles will be 90 degrees. So we go back to the question where we are sure that these lines LM is parallel to PN. Number one, for lines to be parallel, a line drawn, a perpendicular drawn from one line to go and touch the other line, it will strike it at 90 degrees. It has to strike that other line at 90 degrees. So we'll go back to the diagram and see, does that happen? We have line L, M, and PN, which are the lines in question, which we have to prove they are parallel. Isn't it? So let's go to the lines. This is line LM. When I have a right angle here, it shows that MN acts as a perpendicular. MN acts as a perpendicular. And that perpendicular goes to strike line PN at what angle? You can see it is 90 degrees. That is only one end, isn't it? So if you prove it on one end, it is already a true proof, but we have still to get the other angles. Let's move to these other points. We have LP, which is acting as a perpendicular because it is line LP is meeting line LM at 90 degrees. And it is also meeting line PN at what degrees? At 90 degrees. That is a sure proof that the two lines are parallel. So to get to the proof, we say we now have LP and MN will act as a perpendicular. So for lines to be parallel, a perpendicular drawn from one line should meet the other line at 90 degrees. So let's go to our diagram and see, does that happen? LP and MN are acting as our perpendiculars, isn't it? So perpendicular, when you say perpendicular LP, it is rising from which line? Line LM. And it goes to meet line PN at 90 degrees. So you simply say perpendiculars they have acquired a name, perpendiculars. Perpendicular LP and MN from line LM meets line PN. They meet line PN, you can see, at line PN at 90 degrees. Therefore, line LM is parallel to line PN. PN. That is a direct proof that the two lines are parallel, because the two perpendiculars drawn from one line go to meet the other line at 90 degrees. That is just one of the methods. The other method, there is an angle given there, x. That angle could lead us to having another alternative solution of proving that the lines are parallel. So we have an alternative solution. We have an alternative. So in the alternative solution which we have, I'll have to draw a diagram that will help us to solve that question. So that is our diagram, and we had an angle here, x, which is going to help us in the proof. So if we have a diagram, in the first one we used the perpendiculars. So you realize two parallel lines. If we have two parallel lines, if we have a vertex drawn from one line to go and cut the other line, it will form a pair of alternate angles which should be equal. So let's look at our diagram and see how that will come about. We have line LM and PN. MP is a line right from line LM going to cut line PN at point P. So if the lines are parallel, isn't it? So if the lines are parallel, the value of this angle, I can just use A degrees will be equal to B degrees. So I say parallel lines form a pair of alternate angles which are equal. In our question, the angles in questions, we are talking of if x will help us to get the value of A and B, then we find they are equal, then the lines are parallel. If LM is parallel to PN, angle A will be equal to angle B. So having that, I have to calculate the value of angle A and also the value of angle B. And then I compare their values. If their values are equal, the lines will be parallel. So let's go to the length of finding the value of angle A. So we go back to the diagram. That is a straight line. This is angle A. It is arising from an isosceles. So from the isosceles triangle, we find in an isosceles triangle, we have a pair in the isosceles triangle. The two values should be equal. So if we have OPN as A, we shall have ONP as A degrees. So there is another angle in the isosceles triangle which we've not got, but X will help us to get that angle. That angle is PON. And given that X added to that angle gives 180, therefore the value of PON will be 180 minus X degrees. So we'll go back to a concept that the three angles in a triangle add up to 180 degrees. So therefore A plus A plus 180 minus X should give us 180 degrees because there are three angles in a triangle. So from that equation, we shall get the value of X. So we continue. A plus A, 2, we'll get 2A plus 180 2A plus 180 minus X is equal to 180. So since I'm only interested in X, I'm only interested to get the value of A. I'm interested in to get the value of A. So I'll leave it on the left hand side of the equation. So I'll have, the other ones will go the other side. So I'll have 2A. When this one goes, the other side becomes a negative, it's a positive. So we'll have 2A is equal to 180. Take it the other side, becomes minus 180. This is a negative. Take it the other side of the equation, it becomes a positive. So moving down, we shall have 2A is equal to 180 minus 180, you get 0. Then you remain with X. So from that, the value of, to get the value of A, I'll divide 2 on both sides. So A will be equal to X divided by 2. That will be the value of A. I've already got the value of A. My next step will be getting the value of B to ascertain whether it is equal to A, because the series of alternate angles I was talking of were A and B. So I'll go back to that diagram. Given that PON is 180 minus X, it is directly opposite to LOM. So directly opposite angles are equal. So this angle will be what? 180 minus X. And since this one is also isosceles, this value of angle MLO will be B degrees. B degrees. So right from what I did here, it will also be, therefore, from the diagram, B plus B. B plus B plus 180 minus X it will give us 180 degrees because those are three angles in a triangle. So let's move ahead with the equation. B plus B, 2B plus 180 minus X should give us 180 degrees. So I'm interested in B. So B will remain on the left-hand side of the equation. So we move ahead by saying 2B is equal to, you take 180 the other side, it becomes 180 minus 180 plus, X now becomes plus. So 180 minus 180 is 0. Therefore, 2B is equal to X. Therefore, B is equal to X divided by 2. So you find that the value of A is equal to B. So you write A is equal to X divided by 2 degrees, and B is equal to X divided by 2. Therefore, A is equal to B, and therefore line LM is parallel to line PN. So that is a proof that the two lines are parallel, because we found out that the pair of alternate angles they are forming, it will always happen when two lines are parallel. A is equal to B, and the two lines, the two angles are alternate and equal, and we have proved the value is X divided by 2. So that is the alternative solution, which we worked using the value of angle X. We've come to the end of the lesson today, so I'll give you an assignment from the learner's book. The assignment. Thank you. That's what we'll do for the assignment. See you in the next lesson.
Greetings, learners, and welcome to the lesson. The subject is Christian Religious Education. In our today's session, we will proceed with the discussion of the topic Creation and the Fall of Humankind. I will continue with the biblical stories of creation and their meaning. If you can recall, in our last lesson, I stated that there are two creation accounts about the creation of humankind. The first story or account is recorded in Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 from verse 1 to 4. That's what we covered in our last lesson. The first creation account. The first creation account. We said that the first creation account describes how God created the world in 6 days and rested on the 7th day. We learned that in the beginning, before the universe was created, the earth was formless, the earth was void, the earth was chaotic. And bringing order into the universe was the starting point of God's creative work. And God is described as a spirit who moved over the waters. That we read in Genesis chapter 1. We also read that God created the heavens and the earth simply by uttering words, "Let there be." He did not need raw materials to create the things that he created. He created the things that we see by way of words. He spoke things into being. That's what we learned in our last lesson, and we described how God worked from day 1 up to the 6th day. We learned on how he rested on the 7th day. And Candidates, we learned that on the first day, God created light and separated it from darkness. And he named the light day, and darkness he named night. That is on day 1. On the 2nd day, we learned that God created the firmament to separate the waters above from the waters below. And he called the firmament heaven, or what we sometimes refer to as the sky. And the waters, and he also on the same day, the 2nd day, we've seen he created the firmament. That is the 2nd day. On the 3rd day, we learned that God gathered the waters below in one place and separated the water from dry land, which he called the earth, and the gathered waters he called the seas. So on the 3rd day, God created the earth and the seas. He also created all types of vegetation. That is what God created on the 3rd day: the earth, the seas, and all vegetation. We also learned on the 4th day that God decorated the firmament, that is the skies. He decorated the skies by creating lights, all right, which helped to separate day from the night. The greater light he named the sun, which shines during the day, and the lesser lights, that is the moon and the stars, were meant to rule the night. All right? And we saw that the lights were to keep track of time and seasons, days and years. That is what God created on day 4. On the 5th day, we learned that God created the seas and the heavens. He decorated the seas and the heavens. That means he created the birds, all right, the birds and the sea creatures, all right, the creatures. He decorated the sea, the waters. He created all manner of animals that live in the waters. Then he created the birds of the sky. Then in the 6th day, God, we learned, decorated the earth, that is the land, by creating the living creatures, including humankind. We read in the in verse 28 that and God blessed them. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created him, male and female. So on the 6th day, God created man, both male and female. He created them, and God blessed them. And God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the birds of the air and over every living thing that moves upon the earth." And God said, "Behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food, and to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, everything that has the breath of life, I have given every green plant for food. And it was so, and God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And there was evening, and there was morning, a sixth day. So that's what God created on the sixth day. He created the living creatures, including humankind, both male and female. Then on the last day, God rested from his work of creation. That's what we learned in our last lesson. In our today's lesson, we're going to outline or study about the meaning of the first account, the meaning of the first creation account. What do we learn from the first creation account? What do we learn? The meaning. The meaning. The meaning. That's what we want to study today. Meaning of the first creation account. Meaning of the first creation account. That is Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 from verse 1 up to verse 4. What do we learn from that account, from that record of creation of humankind? That is the first biblical story of creation. That's what we want to learn today. So by the end of today's lesson, you'll be able to explain the meaning of the first creation account. So number one, candidates, from this creation account, we learn that everything on earth, everything above the earth, everything below the earth belongs to God. Everything, every what? Everything where? On earth. Everything above the earth. Everything above the earth. And everything below. Okay? Above and below belongs to, and below belongs to God. Think of anything on earth, the land, the trees, the vegetation, the animals, anything that moves on the earth. Every animal belongs to God. Every vegetation belongs to God. Everything above the earth, the sun, the stars, the moon, anything in the heavens belongs to God. Anything below the earth belongs to God. The gold, the silver, the minerals, everything belongs to God. Why? Because we've learned that God singly created the earth. He singly created the heavens and also the seas. There's nowhere where God consulted anyone. Before all of us were created, in fact, all human beings also belongs to God. So there is no human being who helped God in creating these things. Everything belongs to God. It's a very important lesson for human beings, because human beings have a tendency of forgetting that even themselves belong to God. We sometimes behave as if we created ourselves, especially when we get into positions of power, or when we get material wealth, or when we are famous. We tend to forget that we are God's creatures. We are created by God. This is a very important lesson for all human beings. Everything on earth, everything above and below belongs to God the Creator. The second lesson we learn from the first creation account is that the universe is expected to be orderly place. The universe is expected to be an orderly place. The universe is expected to be an orderly place since creation. Since creation. Because before creation there was chaos. It was chaotic. It was void. There was no order. But when God came into the scene, he introduced order. So the universe is expected to be orderly. Expected. It may not be orderly, but we shall learn later on why the universe is not as what God intended. We will understand later on why there is no order in the universe, but we need to understand that God expected the universe to be an orderly place since creation. Why? Because God brought about divine order in the universe by carefully and systematically carrying out his plan of creation. And therefore the universe is intended to continue being a place of order. So when there is no order, then we need to understand that is not the intended purpose of God's creation. The third lesson we learn from the first creation account is that all people, both male and female, are equal in the eyes of God. All people. All people, both male and female, are equal before the eyes of God. Both the male and the female are what? Are equal. They were both created in God's image and likeness. That's what we read in Genesis 1. That God created man, both male and female, and he created them in his image and likeness. Image and likeness. Every human being is therefore a special creation of God. Whether the human being is has what sometimes we call disabilities or not. There are people who may not have some limbs, right? There are people who could be lacking certain body organs. There are people who could also be impaired, even mentally. Even those who are mentally impaired, such people are still not, they are not less in terms of the equality. They are not less people. No, they are both, all people, both the male and the female, all people are equal, whether you have disabilities or not, whether you have money or not, whether you are poor, whether you are an African or, doesn't matter the race, the tribe, all people, as long as you are a human being, then you are as good as any other person in the world. There is no superior gender, there is no superior race, there is no superior tribe, okay? All people, male and female, are equal in the eyes of God. They were both created in God's image and likeness. So everyone is special. It's a very important point to note, because at times people may think they are not equally good as others. It doesn't matter the situation in which you are in. It doesn't matter whether people appreciate you or not. You need to understand that you are equally good. You are as good as any other person. Because all of us were created in the likeness and in the image of God. The fourth lesson we learn from the first creation account is that the male and the female were created for procreation. What does that mean? That means that human beings were created to carry on with God's work of creation. And they are therefore the co-workers with God. Male and female, we read, He created them, and God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it. So that means that both the male and the female were created for procreation. He created one man and one female. So these were meant to produce other people. They are meant to give birth. That's what it means, procreation. That was the plan of God. In order to fill the earth, these two, the male and the female, were created to do what? To procreate. The fifth lesson is that God provides for and sustains His creation. This account teaches that God does what? God provides for and sustains His creation. God provides for His creation. God sustains His creation. Why? Because after creating man, God provided him with food. God did what? Provided him with food. We see God commanding man or instructing man that he has dominion over all creatures. We see God, we read that God provided food for the man. He first created the man, then He made sure that man was to be sustained by providing food. In verse 29, and God said, behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit, you shall have them for food. So candidates, God provides for and sustains His creation. In verse 29, we read that it is Him who provides food. God also ensured that all other living creatures had food to eat. Because we read in verse 30 that, and to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, everything that has breath of life, I have given every green plant for food. Learners. Verse 29 and verse 30 of Genesis chapter 1 teaches us that God provides food for man as well as the other creatures by making sure that there is enough vegetation. I have given every green plant for food. This body was created to take in certain plants which God has made available on the earth. God does what? God provides for and sustains His creation. That is Genesis chapter 1, 29 and 30. Genesis Genesis 1, 29 and 30. I've read the scripture. Let's move on to point number 6, the 6th lesson or meaning of the first creation account. Number 6, God appreciates and delights in the goodness of his creation. God appreciates and delights. He does what? He appreciates and delights in the goodness of his creation. In the goodness God appreciates and delights in the goodness of his creation. Because we read after every creation, because we learned that God created the things in the world or in the universe systematically. He created them systematically. Those things he created on day 1, on day 2, on day 3, day 4, day 5, and day 6. And at the end of every creation, God was pleased with what he had done. And he saw that everything was good. That means that he appreciated what he created, and he also delighted in the goodness of his creation. And towards the end of the creation on the 6th day, we read that God saw what he created to be very good. That's what God described his creation at the end of day 6. That whatever he created, he is described as being very good. He was pleased with what he had done. And learners, you are part of God's creation. When God sees you, it doesn't matter how you look. You may be short, you may be tall, you may be having even, you may be slim, you may have, you may be black, you may have black eyes, you may have, maybe you do not have hair, or you have hair, you may have long hair, you have nails that are long. It doesn't matter how you look. What is important is that in the eyes of God, God is delighted in you. He appreciates you and is delighted in you. When he looks at you, he's delighted. And that is what matters most. Okay? That's number 6. The 7th meaning of the first creation account is in relation to leisure. 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 We learn that leisure is very important. Leisure is important. Leisure is what? Leisure is important and should be taken after work. And should be taken after work. That's what we learn from this account. We see God working from day 1 up to the 6th day. And after his work of creation, we read in the 7th day that God took a rest. And therefore, the idea of leisure was instituted by God. He instituted leisure by taking rest after work. And therefore, we should also learn from him. We should learn to rest after work. We don't just work throughout. But there is another extreme where there are people who rest before they work. There are people who are just in a state of rest. They have no time for work, and there is no, they only rest. And there are those who may concentrate so much on working. So there ought to be some level of balance. We normally say work without play makes Dennis a dull boy. So leisure is important. Later on we shall be learning about leisure in our studies, but it should be noted at this point that leisure is important, that leisure should be taken after work. That is meaning number 7. Moving on to 8, the dignity of human beings should be upheld. The dignity of human beings should be upheld. Why? Because human beings are created in the image and likeness of God, and they are given dominion over all creation. They are done what? They are given dominion over all creation. This is to reinforce the point we gave here. It's related to this point number 3, that all are equal before the eyes of God. But there is this point on human dignity. Human dignity should be upheld. Human dignity should be upheld. Human dignity should be upheld. Why? Because every human being, whether I said is rich or poor, whether is of sound mind or unsound mind, whether is black or white, as long as you are a human being, then you have some level of dignity which should be upheld, because you're not just a human being. You're not just a human being. I'm not just a human being. I'm created in the image and likeness of God. And that will be studying in our next session. That is the second creation account. We'll study how God created a human being. There's something special about a human being. All human beings. There's something very special. And that special thing we shall learn in our next session when we'll be studying the second creation account. People should be treated with dignity. All people should be handled with dignity. Every human being should be respected. Human dignity should be upheld. God gave human beings dominion over creatures, not dominion over other human beings. So when in a position of authority or leadership, you ought to be very careful when handling or dealing with people. When I say position of leadership, I'm not referring to the politicians only. No, I'm referring to parents who are in a position of leadership over the family. I'm referring to the firstborns. If you are a firstborn, you are in charge of your siblings. If you are a church leader, you have members in your church. If you are in any position, if maybe you are a class representative in a school, you are a head boy, you are a head girl, you need to understand that your role is not to dominate people. No. You should treat people with respect, because dominion, human beings were not to rule to dominate other people. That was not God's intention. The Bible says, and God blessed them. And God said to them, Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over what? Have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and every living thing that moves upon the earth. So dominion should be over the birds of the air, the fish of the sea. And God said, behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit, you shall have them for food. And to every beast of the earth, and every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, and everything that has breath, I have given every green plant for food. And it was so. And God saw that everything that he made was very good. So every human being, we learn from this creation story that the dignity of a human being should be upheld, because human beings are created in the image and likeness of God. Image and likeness of God. And God created them. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. The image and likeness of God. So this is what we learn, candidates, from the first account of creation. The first account of creation. We first learn that everything on earth, above and below, belongs to God. Why? Because it is him who created everything. Number two, we learn from this story that the universe is expected to be an orderly place since creation. It is expected to be orderly. So in event we experience any disorder or chaos, that was not what God intended. God intended the universe to be an orderly place since creation. Number three, we learn from this story that all people, both male and female, are equal before the eyes of God. All people are equal. There is no special gender. There is no tribe that is superior than the other. All people are just equal. As long as you are a human being, you are created in the image of God, we are all equal before eyes of God. Number four, the male and female were created for procreation. Number five, God provides for and sustains his creation. We read in Genesis 1:29 that God provided food for humankind, and in 30 God provides and sustains other creatures, provides, is explained where other creatures should get food, and he provides food for creatures. Then number six, we've learned that God appreciates and delights in the goodness of his creation. He is pleased. God is always pleased with his creation. Then leisure is important and should be taken after work. Leisure is important and should be taken after work. Then number eight, the dignity of human beings should be upheld. That will mark the end of the lesson. In our next session, we will study the second creation account. Then we'll also study the meaning of the second creation account. Remember, I say that the second creation account is recorded in Genesis chapter 2 from verse 4 to verse 25, and I want you, before the next lesson, to read Genesis chapter 2 verse 4 up to verse number 25. That is the record or the account for the second creation story. So here is your today's assignment. Assignment, state 8 lessons learned from the first creation account in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, verse 1 to 4. Ensure the assignment is done before attending our next session. In our next session, we will study the second creation account. Then we also study the meaning of the second creation account, which is recorded in Genesis chapter 2, verse 4 up to verse 25. Thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Enroll your child with the Manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a course-friendly format.
Hello learners, welcome to today's lesson. The subject is geography and the topic is statistical methods. Statistical methods, learners. Geography. Statistical methods. Statistical methods. We want to study characteristics of statistical data. We learned that statistical data is simply the numerical data. What are the characteristics? And this helps us to know the nature of statistical data. By studying characteristics of statistical data, we are simply studying the nature of statistical data. And learners, statistical data has different characteristics. We are going to study the characteristics in our today's lesson. So learners, I want you to note down that statistical data has different characteristics. Different characteristics. All right. And these characteristics are: 1, discrete data. Discrete data. Discrete data. The characteristics, learners, can be classified according to the features I'm going to state. One of them is discrete data. Now, discrete data, this is data or statistics which are given in whole numbers. These are statistics. These are statistics which are given in whole numbers. These are statistics which are given in whole numbers, like people. Normally say 15 people, 20 people, 1,000 people, 20,000 people. Or animals, we say 5 lions, 17 elephants, 3 cows. Those are whole numbers. All right? They do not exist in fractions. You cannot say you have 10.67 people or 3.5 lions. No. Discrete data is data that is given in whole numbers. This data does not exist in fractions or decimals. That's what we refer to as discrete data. I've given examples of animals, examples of people, and many other things, learners, that can be given in whole numbers. Then we have continuous data. Continuous data. Continuous data, learners. These are statistics which are given in unlimited range values. They include fractions, they include decimals, they can include ratios, percentages, and so on. For example, you can say 100 kilometers, 100.5 kilometers, or 37.6 degrees centigrade. All right. Temperature, you can measure it in ranges, learners. All right. Temperature or acreage of farm or distance. All right. You say you 1.5 kilometers, 1.5 kilometers. All right. 100.6 kilograms. That is continuous data. So these are statistics that are given in unlimited range of values. These are statistics. These are statistics that are given in unlimited range of values. They are given in unlimited range of values. All right, 73.3%, 877.3333 centimeters. Unlimited range of values. So learners, data on temperature, data on rainfall, data on atmospheric pressure, data on distances and population growth rates, and so on, can be given in this form, continuous form, continuous data. You can have temperature in decimals. You can have quantity of rainfall in decimals and fractions, atmospheric pressure, distances, and so on. That will constitute continuous data. Then learners, we have individual data. Individual data. Individual data. Now, this type of data is similar to discrete data. However, the individual data, in individual data, learners, the exact value is given for each item in the sample range. For example, the population of a country. If the population of a country is, say, 10 million people, for a group of, say, counties, okay? So the given value is individual for that county. but are out of the many other counties. So learners, this figure is, the figure of 10 million is exact value for a given period of time. Individual data. I've said that individual data, learners, it's similar to discrete data in that it gives exact numbers, but in individual data, the exact value is given for each item in a sample range, So that is individual data. Then there is group data. Group data. Number 4, group data. Now, group data, learners, these are values. These are values that belong to classes of groups, and this type of data is non-precise. Is not precise. Exact figures are not quoted. But values are given. As ranges in groups. Exact figures are not given, but values are given as ranges in groups. For example, we have, say, age group. Let me use age group. Of, say, 10 years to 30 years, 31 years to 40 years, 41 years to 50 years. Then we have population or number of people. So you can have, say, 57, 71, and 14. So these are groups. Age group. People are aged between 10 and 30, the number 57. Between the age of 31 and 40, the number of people 71. The age between 41 years and 50 years, the number of people 14 years. So this is group data. This is what we are calling group data. The values that these are values that belong to classes of groups. The data is not precise. Exact figures are not given. They are not quoted, but values are given as ranges in groups. So that is what is referred to as group data. So learners, that will mark the end of our today's lesson, where we have learned about the characteristics of data. We have discrete data, continuous data, individual data, and group data. So here is your assignment, revision. question. One, differentiate between discrete data and continuous data. That is your today's assignment. Thank you for attending our today's lesson. In our next lesson, we continue to learn more on statistical methods. Bye-bye.
Thank you for choosing to study with us. For more information, you can call us on 0724 173845.
That's day 4. Let's move on. Day 5 to page 3. This is the 5th day. Fifth day, what did God create on day 5? On the 5th day, let us read on. Genesis 1 verse 20, and God said, let the waters bring forth swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the firmament of the heavens. So God created the great sea monsters and every living creature that moves, with which the waters swarm, and according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let birds multiply on the earth. And there was evening, and there was morning, a 5th day. And there was evening, and there was morning, the 5th day. So you can see here, candidates, on the 5th day, God created the seas. God created the seas, decorated the seas. God decorated the seas. And how did God decorate the seas? He said, let the waters bring forth swarms of living creatures. He decorated the seas by bringing forth to life sea creatures. He decorated the seas. He decorated the seas by bringing to life sea creatures. By bringing to life sea creatures. By bringing to life sea creatures such as, we've read here, such as sea monsters, great sea monsters, and every living creature that moves. He also decorated the heavens with birds. Okay. He decorated the heavens. These are the skies with birds. He decorated the heavens or the skies with birds that flew above the earth. And he gave them power to do what? To multiply and fill the seas and the skies. So on the 5th day, we can say God created sea creatures and birds. Sea creatures and birds. Sea creatures and birds. How about the 6th day? What did God create on the 6th day? We are moving on to verse number 24. And God said, let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their kinds, cattle and creeping sea things, and beasts of the earth according to their kinds. And it was so. And God made the beasts of the earth according to their kinds, and the cattle according to their kinds, and everything that creeps upon the ground according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, over the cattle, over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female, he created them, and God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. And God said, behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed, which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food, and to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, everything that has breath of life, I have given every green plant for food. And it was so. And God saw everything that he made, and behold, it was very good. And there was evening, and there was morning, a sixth day. All right? That one, candidates, is straightforward. On the sixth day, God decorated the earth with living creatures. God decorated the earth God decorated the earth with living creatures. God decorated the earth on the fifth day with living creatures such as the beasts of the land, cattle, the creeping things. And God created also humankind. He created on the same day humankind. He created humankind. He created human beings. Okay? God created human beings. He created humankind on the sixth day. God created humankind, both male and female, in his own image. Both male and female in his own image. Both male and female in his own image, in his own likeness. Then he blessed them, and likeness. Then we read that he blessed them. Behold, I have given you every, and he blessed them, and God blessed them. That is verse 28. And God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful, and multiply, and fill the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. He blessed them and commanded them to be fruitful, to multiply, to fill the earth, and to subdue it. He gave them authority over other creatures. He gave them authority over what? All other creatures. He gave humankind authority over all the other creatures. All the other creatures. That's why you should not fear creeping things. I know people who fear creeping things. They fear lizards. Some of them fear mosquitoes. Okay, yet God gave us authority over all things, including the creeping things. He told us to have authority over them. Okay? He created us in his own image and likeness. He gave us authority. He gave human beings authority over all the other creatures that he created. And all human beings, the human beings were given every plant and every tree for food. Out of every tree, Adam was told, shall you eat. That we shall read later on. Out of every tree shall you eat. The earthly beasts, the birds, the creeping things, and everything that has life were given to man for food. So, candidates, God brought about order in the earth through the divine works of separation and decoration. So that is what happened in the 6th day. Let's move on to the 7th day. The 7th day. What happened on the 7th day? Now, the 6th day ends at the end of chapter 1. Then Genesis chapter 2, I read, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them, and on the 7th day God finished his work which he had done, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had done. So God blessed the 7th day and hallowed it, because on it God rested from all his work which he had done in creation. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created. When they were created. So you can see, candidates, that is the account. I've stopped at Genesis chapter 2, verse 4, the first sentence. This verse 4 has two sentences. That's why I call it 4a. Because in Genesis chapter 2, verse 4b, that is the second sentence, that is where we have the second account of biblical creation, of the second creation. The second creation account begins at Genesis chapter 2, verse 4, the second sentence. So you can see, candidates, God took a break on the 7th day from all his work. God rested on the 7th day. God took a break from all his work. God took a break. Or in other words, God rested. God took a break. We can write, on the 7th day, God took a break from all his work. In other words, God rested on the 7th day. God took a break for all his work and creation. So he blessed it. He blessed the 7th day and made it holy. Why? Because it was on that day that he took a rest. That is Genesis chapter 2. We read, God finished his work which he had done, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work. He took a break and rested from all his work. Took a break from all his work. God rested. He rested on the 7th day. Rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had done. Rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had done. He rested, then he blessed that day. So God blessed the 7th day and hallowed it, because on it God rested from all his work which he had done in creation. Which he had done in creation. in creation. God rested on the seventh day. So candidates, that is the account. That is the first account, the first creation account. The first creation account. Remember, we are discussing the biblical stories of creation. The first account, we read it in Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 from verse 1 to verse 4a. God did what? God rested. So we can see that the creation, the works of God, the divine works of God, we see that God brought about order. God brought about order in the earth, first of all, through his divine works of separation and decoration. We read from verse number 1 here. Because candidates, in studying the first creation account, we say that God created the world in 6 days and rested on the seventh day. We can see here he worked up to the 6th day, then on the 7th day he rested. That's what we have read. Then we also say that before the universe was created, the earth was formless, was void, and was chaotic. We also have been studying that God created out of nothing, ex nihilo, except for his word. He did not have raw materials in creating these things the way we do in manufacturing. No. He used his word to bring into existence that which did not exist. And we also see from this account that the creation was done in a systematic manner. It was done in a systematic manner, and that is what we've been doing in this lesson, right from the first day. We've read that God created light and separated light from darkness. He called the light day, and the darkness he called the night. This is the work of separation, the divine works of separation, which involves isolating one thing from another. He separated. This is separation. Then later on we will see God decorating the skies with lights. We will see him decorating the oceans with the sea animals. We will see him decorating the dry land with animals, creeping things, beasts, vegetation, and so on. So on the first day is a work of separating, the divine works of separating, isolating things from one another. He separated light from darkness. He called the light day and the night, and the darkness he called night. The divine works of decoration, or what we call ornamentation, involves what God had already created through separation. So these are the works of decoration. They were carried out from, is it day 3? Yes, from day 3. Because second day is still separation. The firmament, that is the skies, he separated and called the firmament the heaven or the sky. From day 3, he started his work of decoration. And candidates is more or less like building a house. When you are building a house, you put up the structure. You put up this architectural structure. The foundation, when you are building a house, you lay the foundation, you put up the walls, you roof the house, you have the outer doors fixed, the windows, the verandas, you have the magnificent building. Then after you've done the building, you embark on what we call interior decoration. That is exactly what God did. He first of all separated the building. We are calling the earth and the heavens. Then from the third day, he started decoration. From the third day to the sixth day, he decorated. Okay? Ornamentation. And we've read that he delighted in his works of creation. Because we've been reading after every creative activity that he looked at what he had done and said that it was good. He was delighted in his work. On day 3, God created the waters below in one place and separated water from dry land. He called the dry land the earth, and the water that was gathered together he called the seas. He put forth all types of vegetation. Vegetation, he decorated the earth. From the third day, decoration. All types of decoration. This is what we sometimes do, learners, in our houses or in our compounds. We have flowers inside the sitting room, flowers on the verandas, flowers, you have a garden. Behind the house, you may find vegetables, you may find flowers. So God did the same thing. He put forth all types of vegetation. This is the earth. He created the earth. The earth. In geography, we say the earth is the home of man. This earth, he put forth vegetables. For these are not just for decoration, but is food for the animals. Vegetation is food for human beings. Because later on, Adam and Eve were told, out of every tree shall you eat. Then on the fourth day, God decorated the firmament with lights that separated day from night. Lights, the same thing in our houses. When you build up a house or when you build a town, you need to have a lighting system. So he decorated the lights, the firmament with the lights, put lights in the sky, the same way we put lights in our houses. And we have people even putting lights on the walls. I've seen some houses where lights are even put on the floor. You have lighting system from the sides of the wall downward. We have lights up there. The same thing when God created the firmament, the skies, he put up lights in the sky. There is a big light, which he calls greater light, which we know is the sun. So he created the sun, which lights during the day. Then at night, we have the moon and the stars. The moon and the stars. The moon and the stars were created to shine during the night. The sun was put in place to rule the day. The stars and the moon were to rule the night. During the night, decoration. That is day 4. Day 5, candidates, we've read that God decorated the seas by bringing forth to life sea creatures. So the seas, the lakes, the sea bodies, the waters, the seas, the oceans, they were decorated with all manner of sea creatures in their thousands. Then he also decorated the skies. He created birds in the skies, all manner of birds on day 5th. The seas were decorated, the heavens were decorated. On the 6th day, God decorated the earth with living creatures. Living creatures. Living creatures. Living creatures were created on the 6th day, which includes the humankind, both male and female, and in his own image and likeness created he them. And he gave these human beings what? Authority over all other creatures, over all other creatures. Then on the last day, God rested from all his work which he had done. He rested from his work of creation. he rested. God rested on the seventh day. Seventh day. Okay? He rested on seventh day. So therefore, that will mark the end of our today's lesson. Remember when I began, I said that there are two biblical stories of creation, two accounts. The first creation account is to be found in Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 from verse 1 to verse 4a. The second creation account, we will read it from Genesis chapter 2 verse 4 up to verse 25 in our subsequent lessons. So that will mark the end of the lesson, but I'm going to give you one question for your assignment. Assignment: outline first creation account. Outline the first creation account according to Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 verse 1 up to verse 4a. I say this A refers to the first sentence in verse 4. There are two sentences in verse 4. The second account is begins from Genesis chapter 2 verse 4, the second sentence, to verse 25. So the assignment is outline the first creation account according to Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 verse 1 up to verse 4a. Thank you for joining this class. I will meet you in our next session where we continue to share knowledge in regard to the creation and the fall of humankind. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Hello learner, welcome to Manifested e-learning classes. My name is James Kenyani. We are going to proceed with our solutions on question on this topic, measurement 1. So there is an assignment which I gave to you in the last lesson. We are going to see how you are supposed to get the solutions. So we go straight to question number 1. Question number 1 looks very short, but very important. It is testing you on your capability of knowing the relationship between units. Question 1. A drug manufacturer gives the mass of an active ingredient. Active in the sense that that particular part is the one that treats the disease. Gives it in a tablet as 5 milligrams. Express the quantity in kilogram and give it in standard form. So we go to the solution. So before you start, you should know 1 kilogram is equals to 1,000 grams, and 1 gram is equals to 1,000 milligrams. So from the two statements, it will go with therefore 1 kilogram will be equal to 1 million milligrams. 1 million milligrams, and vice versa. 1 milligram is equal to, you divide, you'll get 0.0000001 kilograms. So when you are given milligrams, you'll be forced to change into kilograms. So 5 milligrams is equal to 5 times 0.000012345 kilograms. In fact, that is the answer, but you are supposed to give it in standard form. So that will be 5 times 10 power negative 6, isn't it? 10 power negative 6 kilograms. That is the in standard form. So that gives you the answer. It was testing you on knowing the relationship between a kilogram and a milligram. That is the solution for that question. Question number 2. It is something very practical, and before you go to solving that, it is testing you to know that when you fill a glass with sand, the sand doesn't completely fill that glass in volume because there are spaces in between the sand particles. There are spaces that remain between the sand particles. So in an experiment, the density of sand, to determine the density of sand using a density bottle, the following were recorded. The mass of the empty bottle was given as 43.2 grams. Mass of the density bottle with water was given as 66.4 grams. Mass of the density bottle with sand was given as 67.5 grams. Mass of the density bottle filled with sand and water, 82.3. Just what I was saying, it has sand, but when you fill water, the water takes up the interparticle, the spaces between the particles. It came to 83.2.3. So it is true to say that when you filled that bottle with sand, that was not the true volume of the sand because there were some spaces that were remaining in between the particles. So we go to a solution step by step. You are told mass of the water that filled the bottle. Mass of the water that filled the bottle. You come here. Mass of the water will be given by mass of the density with the bottle subtract mass of the empty bottle. So mass of water. So it will be given by the mass of the bottle filled with water subtract the mass of the empty bottle. So this will be 66.4 grams subtract 43.2 grams. That gave us, from that it gave us 23.2. 23.2 grams. That is the solution to the first question. We shall go to the second question. Having done with this solution for one, let's use this space. B, volume of water that filled the bottle. You know, volume is equal to mass divided by density. I said always, if you are not given, always take the density of water to be 1 gram per centimeter cubed. Always take the density of water to be 1 gram per centimeters cubed. Therefore, volume of water will be given by that 23.2 grams over 1 gram per centimeter cubed. That will still give you 23.2 centimeters cubed. That will be the volume of the water. That will be the volume of the water. You come to 2, volume of the density bottle. So you have to know that volume of the density bottle will be equal to the volume that filled the density bottle. But you already know that volume. So volume of bottle will be equal to the volume that filled volume of water that filled it. This is given as 23.2 centimeters cubed. That will still be the volume of the density bottle. Then we are told the mass of the sand. Mass of the sand, D. Mass of the sand will be given by mass of the bottle filled with the sand, subtract mass of the empty bottle. And I think that is given there. When it is filled with the sand, it is 82.3 grams. So this will give us 82.3 grams, subtract 43.2. 43.2 grams. That worked up well. It gave us 24.3. Is it? No, this was supposed to be 67. 67.5. When it is filled with sand, it is 67.5 grams. So when you subtract, you'll get 24.3. 24. You'll get 24.3 grams. That is the mass of the sand. So we go to the next question. Mass of the water that filled the space above the sand. That is what I was talking about. It is when you have filled the sand in, then you add that water to fill up the interparticle spaces. So that is what they are asking for. When you fill the glass with sand, we have spaces between the sand particles. So they are asking for that mass of water. So we go straight to that solution. They're asking for the mass of water that filled the space above the sand. So that will simply be, you'll go to these. It will be the mass of the bottle with sand and water. Subtract mass of the bottle with sand only. So, and those are given. We had been given, although it was here, in that solution, we are given these 82.3 grams. Subtract 67.5 grams. That gave us 14.8 grams. So there is something you should note. What we are getting here is actually the volume between the particles of sand. What we got earlier was not the exact volume of that sand. That's why the question comes, volume of sand. You should actually be very keen here. Volume of the sand will be equal to the volume of the bottle subtract volume of water that filled the space above the sand. So the volume of the bottle, we had earlier calculated it as 23.2 grams. Then we subtract 14.8. 14.8. We get 8.4. These are centimeters cubed, sorry. These are centimeters cubed volume. This is volume. So there is a concept that has been built there. The volume we initially got was not the exact volume because there were spaces in between the sand particles. So they come and we have now got the exact volume of the sand. That's why they ask for the density of sand in the last question. Density of sand will be equal to the mass of the sand over the volume of sand. Mass of the sand, I think we calculated it somewhere. Mass of the sand, it was 24.3. We divide by the volume, which we've got as 8.4 cubic centimeters. So that will give us 2.893 grams per centimeters cubed. So that it is in a setup of an experiment to determine the exact density of sand, and you can do it on your own when you have a spring balance to get the exact volume of sand. In that case, you can not only have the density bottle, you can have something with fixed capacity to determine that. So with that, you'll get questions for the assignment. So those are the questions. We'll go through the questions Question 1. A room has a rectangular floor of size 400 millimeters by 3,600 millimeters according to the architecture plan. The floor is fitted with square tiles of side 12 centimeters. How many tiles will fit on that floor? Therefore, in question 2, a cylindrical metal bar of diameter 14 centimeters and length 484 centimeters is to be melted into metal cubes of side 220 millimeters. How many cubes will be produced? And lastly, 2 immiscible liquids. Immiscible, they don't mix. 2 immiscible liquids, A and B, were mixed together in a container. Liquid A weighs 7 newtons in a 1 liter container. B weighs 10 newtons in the same container. Which liquid will float on the other? Which liquid will float on the other? So those are the questions for the assignment. So I hope you've enjoyed through the solutions. As we work through the solutions, so go and work out those, and let's meet in the next lesson as we go through those solutions. Thank you very much, and let's meet in the next lesson. Bye-bye.
Hello learners and welcome to the lesson. The subject is Christian religious education, and we are studying the creation and the fall of humankind. So far we've studied how God created the universe, how he created the earth, how he created the heavens. We studied how God created the sun, the moon, the stars, the vegetation, the animals, and the birds of the air, the birds of the air. We studied how God created man. We learned how God created the woman. Then we also studied that God created the Garden of Eden and placed man in the Garden of the Eden. We also learned the command that God gave man, that he was free to eat of every tree in the garden except the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. We learned that man was also warned against the breaking of that law. Man was warned that in case he broke the law that God gave him, the law, the command not to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, how such sin would lead to his death. We've so far also learned the consequences of sin, because we saw that man disobeyed God, and due to his disobedience, there are several consequences that man had to face, and that is where man fell, the fall of man. And the fall of humankind candidates in Genesis chapter 3 resulted in their need for salvation. The fall of humankind, I'm saying, in Genesis chapter 3 resulted in their need for salvation. And in the Garden of Eden, the serpent we saw tempted Adam and Eve to eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And in order for Adam and Eve to continue receiving blessing from God, they needed to obey him. And we outlined in our previous session the consequences for their disobedience. The consequences of their disobedience. So it was therefore expected that after Adam and Eve disobeyed God, he would destroy them. Instead, God spared them. God showed them his immense love, his immense forgiveness by punishing them instead of destroying them. God just punished them. We saw how God drove them out of the Garden of Eden. We read the curse that God pronounced on the serpent, the curse that God pronounced on Adam, the curse that God pronounced on Eve. So he decided to punish them instead of destroying them. That speaks of God's love. And God's love is clearly outlined in Genesis, also chapter 2, Genesis chapter 3, verse 21, when God made for Adam and Eve garments of skin to hide their nakedness. To hide what? Their nakedness. Because after disobeying God, we studied about the consequences of sin. We saw how sin entered into the world. We saw that the effect of that disobedience affected man. We saw how man became guilty, how man became shameful, how man became murderers, how man even could not live the way God intended them to live. We saw how sin has affected marriages. There are tensions in the families. There is tension in countries all over the world. We saw how God even destroyed the whole world and spared Noah and his family only. So those are consequences of sin. And instead of destroying man completely, God decided to punish him. And learn us in Genesis chapter 3. Genesis chapter 3 and verse 15, we see how God puts in place a plan, an intricate plan, God's intricate plan for the salvation of humankind. Genesis 3, verse 15, I read, I will put enmity between you and the woman. God is speaking to the serpent. I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. You see? That's the beginning of God's plan for the salvation of humankind. First of all, God created enmity between the serpent and the woman. And his intention was to destroy the friendship between human beings and the serpent or the devil or Satan. And this clearly discloses God's plan to save humankind from sin and the effects of sin. Sin and its effect. So learn us the necessity for salvation of humankind by God is further illustrated in the spread of sin and evil into later generations. And we read in Genesis 4 how God destroyed the whole world except Noah and his family. It led to the punishment and destruction, and that is first of all in the accounts of Cain and Abel in Genesis chapter 4. Then in Genesis chapter 6 and 7 we read about Noah and the floods. We also read about the Tower of Babel in Genesis chapter 11. So, candidates, the disorder in the world came about as a result of sin. And that sin overwhelmed the humankind. So the hope for salvation, candidates, is characterized by God's love, is characterized by God's tolerance, by God's forgiveness. So today we are studying the plan of God for salvation of humankind. God's plan of salvation. God's plan of salvation. And it is against this kind of a plan that we have the call of Abraham. Okay? It is against this background that the call of Abraham is set. Call of Abraham. And the divine activity of restoration candidates was very essential. And it's important to note that the salvation plan of humankind comes from God himself. God's plan of salvation comes from God himself. God's plan of salvation comes from God himself. We firstly read in Genesis chapter 3 verse 15, where God pronounces enmity between humankind and Satan. I just read here that I'll put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between her seed and your seed. So, candidates, God's plan of salvation comes from God himself. So, learners, it's important to understand that although God had said that he would destroy humankind due to his disobedience, he, through his mercy and love, put in place a plan to save mankind. And we see God making a covenant with Abraham, which was a continuation of his plan for salvation of humankind. And in the story of Noah, God's mercy and love for humankind is clearly depicted. And whereas human beings were punished for their evil deeds, God, through Noah, preserved human life by saving some people from the flood. We also seen God's mercy through Moses and Aaron. In Exodus, we read about God's mercy. We read about how God saved the Israelites from slavery in Egypt and delivered them to the promised land. And that was still part of God's plan for the salvation of humankind. The Bible reveals that in God's plan for salvation of humankind, sin and evil would only be defeated through the seed of the woman. Sin and evil can only be defeated through the seed of the woman. It's a very important point. That God's plan for salvation of humankind can only be effected through the seed of the woman. That's what the Bible reveals. The Bible reveals that in God's plan for the salvation of humankind, sin and evil would only be defeated through the seed of the woman. That we read in Genesis chapter 3 verse 15. I read it again. I will put an enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. So Christians, candidates, believe that the coming of Jesus Christ fulfills the final victory and defeat of sin and evil. Jesus Christ finally restores the fellowship between God and humanity through his death and resurrection. And this we read in 1 John chapter 5, verse 11. 1 John chapter 5, verse 11. 1 John chapter 5, verse 11. I read 1 John chapter 5, verse 11 says that, and this is the testimony that God gave us eternal life, and this life is in his Son. And this is the testimony that God gave us eternal life, and his life is in his Son. He who has the Son has life. He who has not the Son of God has not life. Candidates, Jesus Christ finally restores fellowship between God and humanity. We've read it in 1 John chapter 5, verse 11. And this is the testimony. What is the testimony? That God gave us eternal life, and this life is in his Son. He who has the Son has life. He who has not the Son of God has not life. Revised Standard Version. Candidates, though human beings are sinful and their sins have been alienated, all right? Though what? Though human beings are sinful and their sins have alienated them from God, their sin has alienated them from God or separated them from God. Though we are sinful and our sins have alienated us or separated us from God, God demonstrates his love for the people. By doing what? By sending his Son, Jesus Christ, to deliver humankind through his death. Through his death. Through what? Through his death. Let's take another scripture. Isaiah 59. Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened, that it cannot save, or his ear dull, that it cannot hear. But your iniquities have made a separation between you and your God. Between you and your God. Our sin and iniquity alienated us or separated us from God. All right? But God demonstrates his love by doing what? By sending his Son. By sending his Son. What is the testimony again? The testimony is that God gave us eternal life through his Son, Jesus Christ. Through his Son, Jesus Christ. I want to take another scripture, Romans chapter 5 and verse 8. I read, but God shows his love for us in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. But God shows his love for us in that while we were sinners, Christ died for us. That one, candidates, learners, is indeed straightforward. It is through God's Son that we've been redeemed. The reconciliation of humankind to God is referred to as redemption. The reconciliation of human beings to God. The reconciliation of human beings. the reconciliation of human beings to God. The reconciliation of humankind to God is referred to as redemption. Reconciliation was necessary because we have read in Isaiah 59 that we were separated from him. If you are separated from him through sin, then there is need to be reconciled to him. And it is only his Son that reconciles us to him. He who has the Son has life, and he who has not the Son of God has not life. And candidates, as we continue to study this subject, we will discover how God effected this plan for salvation of humankind through the study of chosen people like Abraham, like Moses, and finally through Jesus Christ. In this lesson, the purpose was to just demonstrate or to unveil the God's plan of salvation, to see how God put in place a plan for salvation of humankind. As we go through the study of this subject, we will understand, or we'll see how that plan is implemented. This is just a plan. He set in place a plan to save humankind. That is after Adam and Eve disobeyed God. Remember, initially God's plan was that Adam and Eve would freely worship him, would freely follow him. That's why he gave them the freedom to choose, either to eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, either to eat it or not to eat it. They had the freedom to choose eating of that fruit or not eating of that fruit. He wanted them to freely obey him, but we read that they chose to disobey him. And when he gave that command, he clearly outlined the consequences of eating of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And we've seen how sin entered into this world, the problems that man has encountered, the suffering, the torment, the murders, the lying, all manner of sin was introduced into the world. But God, through his mercy, through his love, through his forgiveness, he set in place a plan to redeem mankind. God's plan of salvation. And we've seen that Jesus Christ finally restores fellowship between God and humanity through his death and resurrection. In 1 John 5:11, we read that, and this is the testimony that God gave us, eternal life, and this life is in his Son. He who has the Son has life. He who does not have the Son has not life. So human beings, we read that are sinful, and their sins have separated them from God. But though our sins have separated us from God, God demonstrates his love for the people by sending Jesus Christ, his Son, to deliver humankind from death. To deliver humankind from death. Romans 5, verse 8 reads, "But God shows his love for us, that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us." So the reconciliation of humankind to God is referred to as redemption. And that will mark the end of the lesson. God's plan of salvation. Assignment. Describe God's plan of salvation of humankind. Thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
How are you, learners? Welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. The subject is geography, and we will continue studying the methods of collecting data under the topic statistical methods. Learners, welcome to our today's lesson. The subject, geography. Statistical methods is the topic. And in our last lesson, we studied the factors to consider when preparing a questionnaire. Learners, a questionnaire is one of the methods that we can use to collect data. In our today's lesson, we will study the types of questions that are used in a questionnaire. Types of questions. Types of questions. In a questionnaire, learners, there are two types of questions. In a questionnaire, there are two types of questions that may be asked. Okay? Types of questions in a questionnaire. That is what we are going to study today. Types of questions in a questionnaire. When preparing a questionnaire, the researcher can use two types of questions. Two types of questions. The first one is open-ended questions. Open-ended questions. Open-ended questions. Open-ended questions. What are these open-ended questions? Open-ended questions. Learners, these are questions that are also known as lead questions. These questions are also known as lead questions. These questions are also known as lead questions. They are also known as lead questions. Now, learners, the respondent is allowed to answer as he deems fit. The respondent in an open-ended questionnaire is allowed to answer as he deems fit. The respondent is allowed to answer as he or she deems fit. The respondent is allowed to answer as he or she deems fit. Deems fit. Okay? And learners, we are going to give examples of open-ended questions. Open-ended questions. examples. Examples. Number one, learners, the researcher may ask the respondent this question. Number one, what products do you come to sell in the market? What products do you come to sell in the market? What products do you come to sell in the market? What products do you come to sell in the market? Question. What products do you come to sell in the market? That is a question that a researcher may ask the respondent. Another example of an open-ended question is, where do you get the products from? 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 Then the third example is, what do most of your buyers, or you can say, where do most of your buyers come from? Where do most of your buyers come from? Where do most of